funky drums from hell. Yo, yo, yo. How we doing, chat? Good to see you. 2 days, 2 more sleeps before Crimbus Jimbus. Crimbus Jimbus Mule. How we all doing? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Who we got? We have got Sam outside. How you doing? We have got B-Rat. We've got Middle-earth Marxist. We've got Ninny. And how are we all doing? Welcome in. It is indeed Wednesday. Hands up, chat, if you left your Christmas shopping till today. And I've still not got all of it. Oh no, Santa's coming and there's no biscuits. I actually don't have any biscuits in. Normally I do have biscuits in my homemade cookies, homemade vegan cookies. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Oh my god, it is Tuesday. It's because we're in that time of year where none of the days make sense. I was like, it's Wednesday. There's a 3 in the date. That means it's a Wednesday. It's the 3rd day. You're right. Christmas Eve is Wednesday. Insane. It's Tuesday. Oh god. Yeah, I've still got some bits to get. My dad is always a very, very difficult one. Very, very difficult one, and he normally doesn't mind not getting a present as long as he gets a card. I think I'm just gonna get him a card this year. I need to get me Nana some chocolates and my stepdad some wine. I've got my mum and my stepmum's present, and my mum knows what she's getting. She's getting a plant. I've got her a plant, and I got my stepmum a plant as well. Just a nice house plant. Draconea, I think, is the one that I got for my mum. And Bird of Paradise is the one that I got for my stepmum. I don't think she has many indoor plants. Whenever I go around, I don't see like a huge amount of indoor plants. She loves gardening outside, but not many plants inside. So, bet Dad would love some vegan biscuits as well. Yeah, I could make him some, yeah. Well, I said that when I go around, because what I do nowadays, now that I'm older, and, you know, it's, I don't know, when I was younger, it was all very much like, oh, my mum and dad are divorced, and so we used to, like, swap Christmases, or, like, I would go to my dad's in the evening one year, and then go to my mum's in the evening the next year, and it's like, oh, I'm 36 now. When I was about 33, I just started saying, let's just have another Christmas day, right? You know, my stepmom gets a kick out of making Christmas dinner because she never really made it for most of her life, most of the time that she's been my stepmom. Because I would always have Christmas dinner at my mum's, regardless as to what day. Or if I was at my dad's, we would go to their friends for Christmas dinner. So, yeah, she gets a kick out of making Christmas dinner. So I'm going to go on Boxing Day and have Christmas dinner there as well. And I said that I'd make him that curry that I've been making. You know how, like, you get a turkey, and then later on in the evening there's leftovers. I'm gonna make a turkey karai, because they love curries, and actually a karai is my stepmom's favorite curry. So that's what I'm gonna do. So I might make some vegan biscuits. I mean, I could make some vegan biscuits. I could whip them up so easy. So I could just do that and take them over. That would probably be a good idea, actually. Yeah. I was just reading Sophie's latest piece. Yeah, on the a lot of pedophiles just about, aren't there? A lot of pedos just openly talking about how they're pedophiles. I mean, I'm not going to do it because, you know, Sophie has already done this piece, and you should go and read Sophie's piece on it, and it's absolutely great. But I just think it's crazy that, like, in the Atlantic, she posted it in the Red Planet admin thing. Oh, here we go, yeah. Hey, Soccer, how you doing? Welcome in. It's just absolutely mental. It's just one of the most mental articles that you'll ever see in your entire life. You know, this came out on my birthday, chat, the day that the Epstein files were gonna come out. And this motherfucker Graham Wood, write that down on your list of, like, people to be not leaving your kids around. Because this article is basically, I don't know, man. It's just like a pedo just going like, oh, Jeffrey Epstein didn't know how to be a pedophile properly. He didn't understand Lolita. And it's like, he didn't need to understand Lolita. It's just like a meme to him. He called his plane the Lolita Express because he was a pedophile and he loved being a pedophile, and Lolita is related to being a pedophile. It's what people on the internet who are pedophiles call themselves, like, without saying that they're a pedophile. They're like, yeah, we like lolly, which is short for Lolita. You know? It's just like, what is this article, man? And, you know, all I did was read this first line. One of the minor annoyances of being an incorrigible pervert. No, dude, if you're saying Jeffrey Epstein wasn't enough of a pedophile to understand Lolita properly, you're a bit more than an incorrigible pervert. I'm an incorrigible pervert, and that's because I'm into piss and whips and all that stuff. Not kids. It's just like, what are you talking about? Hello, Huskadoo, how are you doing? I have the direct download and torrent link to the CCOT doc if anyone has boomer parents for whom the 60 Minutes name carries weight. Good to know. I tried to download it from Leon Thomas from, what's-his-face? What's his channel? Rogue Summit? I can't remember what his channel name is. Fuck. Rogue Theory? Help me out, chat. Renegade Cut. I got the file mail link from Leon Thomas. He posted it on Blue Sky, but it's been deleted, and I don't know why. Maybe file mail did it. Maybe Leon did it. I'm not sure. Link, how are you doing? Good to see you. Luna, how are you doing? We are going to take a little look into the CCOT stuff. We are going to have a little look at that. I am really, like, I just have to tell people, I'm really enjoying playing the RimWorld Odyssey DLC. It's really good. I don't know if anyone knows about this. I'm just going to get this out of the way before any other people get in here, because I know that you lot who are here now, as soon as you see me go live and you're like, we love djmuel so much, we could listen to him talk about all kinds of stupid shit, including ghosts, how ghosts are real, and aliens, and we won't tune out. So I'm just gonna use this opportunity. The first 20 minutes of the stream has passed, and for the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna talk about RimWorld. I'm balls deep in Baldur's Gate 3 right now. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is supposed to be really good. I've always thought that RimWorld needed a thing where you could build your own ship and fly it around, and they just made that as a DLC, and it's fucking brilliant. One of the most annoying things about RimWorld, if you haven't played it, chat, what you have to do is you basically crash land on a planet and you build up a little colony and stuff to, like, survive. I mean, like, you're not technically colonizing the planet, but you can do that if you want to. That's the freedom that the game RimWorld gives you. You can do all kinds of insane shit. You can, like, create, like, a cannibal cult. You can create, like, you know, a communist nature worshipping ideology group of people and stuff like that. You can build a ship to escape the planet and stuff like that. But one of the most annoying things about it is caravans. So, like, if there's ever, like, a settlement that you need to trade with or something, because in early game you're looking to, like, you know, you're basically looking to, like, trade for some stuff that you just don't have, and you would have to make a caravan, and they would have to walk and take some pack animals, and it would take so long. It would take so long to get to the fucking caravan and then get back. And on the way there, your caravan might get ambushed. Your caravan might get sick. Someone in your caravan might get sick and they'll die because they're not in a medical bed. So they just, like, don't gain immunity enough, and then they just die in the field, and it's horrible. Oh my god, it's so stressful. But the Odyssey DLC is like, don't worry about that, bro. Because what we've got now is passenger shuttles, which are these, like, short Like, you can't fly across the other side of the map with it or anything. You can if you take a load of chem fuel with it and fill it up on the way and make multiple journeys and stuff. But, like, it's just really, really convenient, and it's just so good. And it's something nice to, like, work towards, to research the tech to actually get there. And it makes things so much easier. Like, oh my fucking god. It's just like a total game changer. But on top of that, now you can build a fucking spaceship and you can go into orbit. There are like orbital platforms and stuff like that, and satellites that you can go to. Orbit is where like the mechanoids are that are like the late game antagonists, and they're really difficult to beat and shit. You know. Krill! Never toke too hard on the joint. Never toke too hard on the joint. Thank you so much for the £4.20. Oh, yes. How you doing, Krill? It's good to see you. I love RimWorld. It's just so good. I'm just loving playing it so much. That might be what we stream on Christmas Day, to be honest. That might be the Christmas Day stream. And I'll show you my sea ice communist commune with my new spaceship. It's just so good. It's like, like whenever I like click launch on the spaceship, basically the way that it works is, because I've always thought this about things like Minecraft, right? Like with Minecraft, you should be able to like build a big boat, because there are oceans in Minecraft, and you should be able to build a big boat. Just have like a block that's like, right, this is the block that says this is the beginning of the block of the boat, and then you build out from that, and you could just build whatever you want, and that would just be really great, right? It'd just be so good. But they don't do it, and you have to get like a mod for it, and it crashes all the time because Minecraft updates all the time. It's just so annoying. But like with RimWorld, they've done the thing. You get like a starter thing, and then you build outwards from that, and you can make a spaceship. You can make a spaceship and you can fly around the planet, and it's mint. And it used to be that like it would be a stupid idea to make like a big, like when you start a random generated planet on RimWorld, it would be a bad idea to make like a fully covered planet, because it's like you just would never have the ability to get from one side to the other. Do you know what I mean? You just wouldn't be able to get from one side to the other. But now you can. Now there's a reason to like start a game that has like a huge fully populated planet. It's mental. Hey, half a laptop, how you doing? Here to fuck around until my landlord comes to change a light bulb. Nice. I have many dead colonies under my belt in that game. Me too, Krill. Yeah, me too. Minecraft is boycott now too, innit? I mean, it's a bit late if you've already bought it. Like I bought Minecraft years ago. I mean, I wouldn't stream it because I signed a thing that said, you know, I'm not going to stream it. I would never stream Minecraft until Microsoft severs all ties with the genocidal state of what is known as Israel. Hey Prince, how you doing? Came in at You Can Make a Spaceship, which is true, I guess. Yeah, I'm talking about RimWorld. Yeah. I bought mine in like 2015. Yeah, same. Yeah, roughly about that time. So, that's that, isn't it? Got some warm-up stuff. I'm done talking about RimWorld now. I just wanted to tell everyone how much of a fun time I'm having with it. It becomes a real challenge. It becomes a real challenge because there's only so many colonists that you can take on your spaceship. Because if you leave your settlement, there could be a raid, and it's like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna leave your colony to get raided, and they're gonna steal all your shit and set your shit on fire. It's really tough, right? So you have to make a decision, and it's like, right, okay, I'm gonna send 4 guys on the spaceship to do a mission, and I'm never gonna play Baldur's Gate 3. Just letting you know now, Luna, never gonna play it. Not my cup of tea. I know it's queer. I know you can have sex with everyone. I'm never going to play it. I don't like Dungeons and Dragons. I don't like it as like a franchise. I don't like it as a fantasy type thing. I've never liked it. I've just never liked it. No, I fucking hate turn-based games. That's the key bit about it. I absolutely despise turn-based games. I don't know why. I loved Pokemon when that was a thing, but I just felt like the reason that Pokemon was turn-based because it was like, well, that was what the technology was like at the time with video games, you know, on like a Game Boy. And now it's like, oh, we're just gonna still do turn-based games. There's a Vampire Twink though. Yeah, but I can just Google Vampire Twink and it'll come up on whatever. I can find a Vampire Twink on OnlyFans. I can find a Vampire Twink in the village. I could go outside and meet a real Vampire Twink. Poor Conquest of Dread is never gonna get you to beta test his RPG. Yeah, but that is kind of different because that's like an actual board game. It's okay to have a wrong opinion about video games. That's true, Ezron, yes. That's true. The goth clubs are lousy with them. That's right. Sounds like Mule needs to invest in more of his defense industry corporations. What are you talking? Wait, what? What about? What are you talking about? Where am I doing that? There are vampire twinks in the world, yeah. They're not in short supply. To defend your colonies. Oh no. No. I always make indigenous weapons manufacturing in RimWorld. I'm always doing that shit. We have a homegrown weapons manufacturing shit. Sometimes when people come in and raid, use their weapons that the dead leave behind. But, you know. I love turn-based, but a lot of them feel very time-consuming if you play too much of them, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. We can all think you're wrong, and that's fine, because it's only video games. Yeah, exactly. It's literally fine to be wrong about video games. Like, who cares? You know, when it comes to, like, you know, ethical stuff, like, that's totally different, right? But I think that when it's, like, yeah. Yeah, organic guns, like Scorn. I know shit about RimWorld because my one friend who plays has a bajillion mods, so I don't know what stock. Vanilla RimWorld is absolutely fine. There are some things that are like, you know, I play the game and I think, oh, it's a bit annoying that I have to do that. But I don't know, it just like, I think that you should only really play RimWorld if you're up for a challenge because, no, well, now I'm being elitist. I play RimWorld because I'm up for a challenge. And some of the stuff that's in there, I think that they have balanced it in order to be very, like, you know, challenge-oriented. And, you know, made it so that, like, things in the end game are a little more difficult and things in the early game are a little less difficult, etc., etc., etc. You could play RimWorld on peaceful and just have a cool little farming community. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. That's why I immediately backtracked. I was like, no, I have done that. When I've played a really, really stressful, difficult game, I have actually just, like, played on, you know, Phoebe Chillax with community builder difficulty. Mule doesn't live in the land of the free. He can't be wrong, or the boppy copies get you. You mean the bobbies? Boppy copies? The bobbies. Yeah. The Rozzers, mate. The Rozzers will get you. It's true. Greta Thunberg got today, didn't she? She got. It's dead good stuff. Really, really good stuff. Is that on here? Yeah, it's right here. We're gonna start. We're gonna crack on. I'm done talking about video games. Everybody shut up. It's depressing news time. Yes. Greta Thunberg got arrested today because she held a sign that said, I support Palestine action. Prisoners. I oppose genocide. It's good stuff.
Whether or not I agree with it, and I've never supported their activity, of great difference between that and terrorism.
Also, by the way, chat, I've noticed on my VODs that the video volume has been very loud recently, so I'm very sorry. I've been getting the levels wrong. Sometimes it's a little hard for me to figure out. But I'm going to try and keep it a little quieter today so that it's not as annoying.
And if you start labeling people willy-nilly terrorists right across the board, you're going down a very, very dangerous route. This government is treating Palestine action as equivalent to Islamic State or Al-Qaeda, which is intellectually bankrupt, politically unprincipled, and morally wrong.
Like, by the way, chat, this guy's a Labour peer. So, you know, Labour in the House of Lords are, generally speaking, some of the people who could possibly love the party going from left to right. However, the interesting thing about the House of Lords is that I think that the people in the House of Lords, the actual lords in the House of Lords, have a bit of a, I don't know, they have a bit of a like, well, we have a moral duty to do the right thing because we're lords, we're peers. We're life peers, you know? And it's like, they make good decisions sometimes, and it's very odd, and it is so weird to just hear like a lord saying things like, hey, this is intellectually bankrupt. It is intellectually bankrupt. I don't think this guy's going to save us, by the way. I don't think anyone in the House of Lords is going to save us, and I think the House of Lords should be abolished, but, you know, it's just very interesting. The UK is all about optics, yeah. It is, yeah. Are they appointed, the folks in the House of Lords? Yes, by the Queen. Well, the King, I don't know. How do you get a peerage nowadays, chat? Can you just buy them? You used to be able to just buy peerages, and there was a whole thing in Labour about it, and Tony Blair got in trouble. Same as our Canadian Senate. Yeah, you just buy a peerage, and it's like, oh, that's how that works.
Frankly, I'm deeply ashamed. I support the right of Israel to exist, and for Israelis to enjoy full security.
Fringe.
I'm also a long-standing supporter of Palestinian rights to self-determination in their own state.
Right, well then you can't support Israel's right to exist. You hold two contradictory opinions, pal.
Whether or not I agree with it, and I've never supported their activity, of great difference between that and terrorism. And if you start labeling people willy-nilly terrorists right across the board, you're going down a very, very dangerous route.
So there you go. Got that guy talking about that in that way, which is kind of the correct way, isn't it? Should we have a look at something stupid? Elon Musk posted this last night. What could it be? This is from Mark Lewis. Right? Mark Lewis. MAGA for Liberty is the guy's name. I'm building a Christian conservative-owned news platform to fight false narratives from the mainstream media networks. Cool. It's really good he's doing that because we don't have any of that, do we? It's good that he's doing this because none of that exists. There's nothing that's doing this. Yeah, good for you, Mark Lewis. Let's see what it is that you're talking about.
Awesome Chinese symbol that I saw.
We're definitely gonna need.
Whoa.
I'd like a tattoo of this really awesome Chinese symbol that I saw.
We're definitely gonna need your parents to come sign off on.
It's my body, my choice.
You're 14. Take it from me. You're gonna regret it one day.
Alright, then can I just buy some of those cigarettes?
No way. Smoking is so bad for you.
How about a beer?
No.
A vape pen?
No.
A lighter?
Not in this state.
Can I rent a car?
Sorry.
Bottle of cough syrup?
What are you, drunk?
Fireworks?
You might blow yourself up.
That Ruger GP100 and a box of 38 Special?
You might shoot your eye out.
Can I just, I don't know, like get an irreversible gender surgery?
No problem. We'll get started.
That's what happens, isn't it, chat? That's what happens. Like, you know, the reason that I wanted to play this is because this is just so indicative of the reality that TERFs live in. Right? It's just so indicative of the reality that TERFs live in. Every single thing that this, yes, key difference here, he didn't ask for insurance. Yeah. Actually, the first thing that he would say is, can I see your insurance documents? Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, like, you know, they're so divorced from reality. And it is so played out as well. It's completely boring. It's all these things that this little girl is asking for. It's like, oh, can I have a tattoo? Can I buy that gun? Can I have a cigarette? Can I get some cough syrup? No, you can't get any of that stuff. And then she's like, can I have an irreversible gender surgery? What Chinese symbol did they even mean? It's probably a swastika. Like, these motherfuckers are probably talking about a swastika, right? They're probably like, oh yeah, the swastika used to be Chinese. I don't know. It's just wild. It's just absolutely wild. Also, like, this is not what... It's not... Obviously, it's supposed to be a joke, and they're being like, can I have an irreversible gender surgery? But this is so... How far removed from reality they are. What they... You know, the way that it works. Like, no problem.
No problem. We'll get started right away.
Oh, cool. I don't need my parents' permission.
Of course not. What if they're not affirming?
Of course not. What if they're not affirming? Yeah, it's good stuff. Just Elon Musk posting some transphobic shit while his transgender daughter says some of the most woke stuff you've ever heard in your entire life about him and about the things he says. Big up Vivian. Anyway, some interesting stuff that I saw float by today. YouGov News Tracker, 21 to 22nd of December 2025. Oh no. Oh no. YouGov's AI-powered news tracker series. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, we're not doing YouGov anymore, chat. We're not using YouGov polls anymore. What the fuck is going on? Our news tracker asked the public to tell us, in their own words, which one news story they'd heard the most about in recent days. The results are categorized by our AI topic model into the categories below. Okay, well, none of this is going to make sense. This is why none of this is going to make sense. Okay, I hadn't read the thing about it being AI. I just think that you should just discount all of that shit. Okay, well, that's the end of that, isn't it? That's the end of that. It's time to get onto the Epstein files. I was hoping to have a conversation about, like, the kind of things that Brits are being fed news-wise, and it's just like, oh, it's all been organized by AI. Yeah, guess none of that is reliable whatsoever. Cool. It's really cool that we're just living in this reality that everyone is just like, yeah, all this stuff that I made up, that's true. All this stuff that I made up is so true. Fuck my life. What? Alright, chat. It's the Epstein files. There's all kinds of stuff going on with the Epstein files. The Epstein files were released on the 19th of December. It was Friday. My birthday, actually. So it was a great birthday present to see how funny everything was in the way that they redacted all the information and then how they released a bunch of the Epstein files with Donald Trump and references to Donald Trump in them, and then pulled them back, deleted them, and then put them back out with redactions. With redactions. So I know that everybody is probably sick to death of it at this point, and but there have been more drops, and there has been some more information that's come out, and I think it's important. Like, you know, I've seen some streamers get mad at people wanting to talk about this, and I think that you can talk about whatever you want on your stream, but I think that if you're going to dismiss something because of the fact that, oh, well, nothing will happen to Trump and therefore we shouldn't talk about it, I think that that does a bit of a disservice to, like, the victims of this stuff and taking pedophilia seriously as something that is a genuine problem at the heart of our society. That's just my take. But this is why I think it's important to cover this stuff as a child sex abuse survivor myself, even though the people that abused me were not by a long shot in the 1% club, like Jeffrey Epstein or whatever. I do think that it's good. Like it's good for me to see that people are talking about pedophilia. Loads of people are talking about it in the wrong way. Don't get me wrong, and it's annoying and embarrassing. But there's a conversation that's being had about it, and people are having to think about it more, and it's a difficult thing to have to think about, and normally the only people who are forced to think about it are survivors and victims, and, you know, that kind of sucks, because we're here dealing with the issue, and a lot of people find it easy to dismiss and not talk about and pretend it's not happening, and that just doesn't do anything good for society. So, yeah, anyway, that's my take on that. I also think it's very important to, you know, point out the fact that people in our capitalist class in the imperial core will just be more likely to abuse people, you know, because of the power that they hold in our society. Like, if you think about, you know, the people who abused me when I was a kid probably did it to like another 6 kids from what I know. Right, another 6 kids, and that's because they're like working class people. But Jeffrey Epstein was able to abuse 1,200 kids, and that is a not insignificant number. That is an overwhelming amount of people's lives that he's ruined. And I think it's really important to remember that, chat. Like, you know, when you are abused as a minor, it ruins your life. Like, it actually just ruins your life. It ruins the way that you interact with people in relationships. It ruins the way that you feel about yourself. It does all kinds of mad things to your sex drive and your personality. And you know, I think that people like don't like to talk about the harm that happens when kids are abused, because it's an icky thing and it makes people uncomfortable to think about. And it's like, yeah, man, it is uncomfortable. What happened to me was super uncomfortable. Yes, I know it is. I know it is, dude. I know. Yeah. Use your privilege and do me a favor and think about it, because you have the ability to think about it while feeling far less uncomfy than I do in my entire life. So, you know, I think that's like a super important thing to remember. Yeah, it fucks your brain up irreparably. I have to believe that I'm repairable, because otherwise I get really bad thoughts. So, you know, for me, I would say, you know, I do believe that there's a way out of it, but it's by no means very easy, and it's by no means accessible to the majority of people in the world. You know, even some people like Corey Feldman, right? Like, Corey Feldman was sexually abused as a kid. He was a kid actor. And as a kid actor, you have, like, a lot of money, a lot of privilege. And none of that saved him. You know, he died. I think he died of an overdose. I can't remember how he died. How did Corey Feldman die? Corey Feldman. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. He's still alive? Wait, who am I thinking of that died? It's not Corey Feldman. Who's the kid? Who's the kid who killed himself? Because he was abused, and I think it was Jacko. Anyway, I'm thinking of someone else. Corey Feldman. Corey Haim. That's it. It's one of the fucking Coreys. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Corey Haim. Yeah. There you go. Early life, early acting career. Yep. Yeah, he ended up going bankrupt because he was using a lot of drugs. Yeah.
There are a lot of crows around here. Those aren't crows.
Awful shit. He ended up homeless. That's just crazy. Just absolutely crazy. Anyway, so, you know, that's the whole thing. Yeah, so, anyway. I think it's really important to think about. I think it's really important to talk about. And I think that as communists and as anarchists, particularly when we are interrogating power in our society and what power does and the kind of thing that power enables people to do, I think that talking about the harm to kids and the harm to people in our society is super important. And again, you can only get this. This is the only end game scenario with things like capitalism and free markets, neoliberalism, and fascism, right? There is a whole conversation to be had about children's liberation or youth liberation in the way that kids are treated in our society. Kids are often made to feel like prisoners in their own home when they're growing up, and that is even when they're not being abused. I mean, you could argue that it is still abuse, but it is, a very difficult time for a lot of people to be a kid because of how kids are seen in our society. Kids are not seen as the responsibility of the village as it was in the past. They are seen as commodities. They are seen as things to own, as property, right? Which is why the majority of abuse that happens in working class families is incestuous. And that's something that is, again, not spoken about enough. And I have a real issue with the way that incest is fucking normalized in porn so much without the explicit what's the word? Without the explicit intention being named that it is role play, right? Hey, Complainy Laney, how are you doing? Everybody go follow Laney. How you doing, my friend? It's good to see you. Kids have no autonomy, yeah. Kids are not given autonomy in our society, and it's it sucks. It really fucking sucks. So that's why I think it's really important that we talk about this stuff, and I think that it's really important that we talk about the ramifications of what is going to happen. If nothing's going to happen to Trump, then we should talk about that and get mad about it. We should get mad about it. Shouldn't we? Should we not get mad about it? I was talking about this with my housemate. Incest bait is all over mainstream porn. Oh, no, it's bad. Yeah, it's so bad. It's really bad. And a lot of the companies, a lot of the porn companies that do the incest stuff, especially gay porn, do like fucking pedo bait shit as well. They do like fucking age play stuff, but without saying that it's like, this is just role play. Obviously the fucking actors are clearly over 18 and shit like that, but it just kind of doesn't matter. When they're doing shit like fucking like scout fucking trip stuff where like a fucking scout leader is like, that's where pedophilia happens. It's like commonly known that pedophilia happens in the scouts in America, and they're just like, hey, look, we're gonna do a porno, but it's in the scouts, and it's like, what are you doing, man? Like, what the fuck is this? It's just fucking crazy, man. I'll never fucking understand it, but anyway. Pedophilia, important topic. It's an important topic, right? I was literally talking about this with our housemate, incest bait. It's mostly the straight porn, though. I mean, luckily, you'll never find it in things like fucking... Well, I'm not going to say you'll never find it. Like, I've watched a fair bit of porn with trans people in it. It's rarely in trans porn. It's very, very absent from girl on girl. But it's just any porn that's got like a cis guy in it is gonna have it, and it's just like, what the fuck? Cool, man. It's just really cool that's what's going on in our society. Anyway, kind of got away from the... Did I get away from the topic? No, I didn't. No, I think it's still relevant. So, all right, so let's take a look at this. The Department of Justice seems to have redacted Donald Trump's name from the allegations made in this exhibit in the Epstein files. Trump's name was in the original release, and now it's blacked out, and I have not seen this. So let's take a look at this. So this was released, I don't know when it was released. I guess it was released in... Was it released in August this year? 12th of the 12th, 2022. Interesting. Okay, several girls at any one time. She confided in me about her casual friendship with Donald. Mr. Trump definitely seems to have a thing for her. She told me how he kept going on about how he liked her pert nipples. Oh boy. Donald Trump liked flicking and sucking her nipples until they were raw. One evening, we were showering together. She showed me her nipples. They looked incredibly painful as they were red and swollen. I remember wincing when I looked at them. I know she had sexual relations with Trump at Jeffrey's New York mansion on regular occasions, as I once met Jen for coffee before she was going to meet Trump and Epstein together at his mansion. I'll shortly start forwarding you all the emails which I managed to save. They include the following. Redacted. I moved from Edinburgh to New York in September 2006. There, shortly after, I introduced Jeffrey Epstein to Natalie. Redacted. A couple months later, after he constantly stalked me around Edinburgh, I moved to New York to get as far away from him as possible and start a new life. I'll send you that photo, amongst others. Soon, I'm able to fly back to the UK next week, as I definitely 100% have it all in my little storage box. I have other photos of the Epstein girls and I whilst on the island, including a couple of pictures with me, Sergey Brin, and then his finance Anne Wojcicki. I met the pair when they visited the island for the day, as Sergey wanted to try out his new kitesurfing equipment. They only just started kitesurfing and was very eager to try out his new equipment with us girls. This is the same page with all mentions to Trump redacted. Also, didn't they accidentally dox one of the victims? Probably. Fucking probably. Is there a billionaire that didn't go there? No. And there were even some millionaires that didn't go there, right? That went there, sorry. So that's cool, isn't it? So they released that and then they were like, oh no, actually, sorry. Whoops. Whoops-a-daisy. Amongst the Epstein Files releases, there were lots of inserted images of Bill Clinton, which is very funny, isn't it? Because we all know Donald Trump sucked off Bill Clinton. He loved it. He loved it when he cummed in his face loads and loads and loads, and he just loved that huge Bubba Gump shrimp, didn't he? So for some reason Bill Clinton is in there. But I was talking about this on Red Planet, and it's like, I just kind of think that like the way that Trump was thinking about this, if this is like a total cover-up, right, which it clearly is. If they've sat down in a room together and they've said, well, how are we going to really hit home the fact that Democrats are implicated in this? How are we going to do this? And he's like, I just think that Trump in his head is like, well, people probably don't like Obama because he was a terrible president, and people probably don't like Joe Biden because he was a terrible president, but Bill Clinton's a great guy. Yes, I love the presidential load, and so everyone will love Bill Clinton. So we're just gonna put loads of pictures of Bill Clinton in there. It's so weird. You know. Hey Johnny, how you doing? Out and about doing last minute shopping for Crimbo? Yeah, that was me today as well, dude, yeah. I choose the reality it was Bill and not the horse. Wait, what? What do you mean the horse? Donald Trump sucked off a horse? Did he? I can believe it. Great catch by Midas Touch. The administration inserted a photo of Bill Clinton, Michael Jackson, and Diana Ross into the Epstein files and falsely implied it showed them with victims. In reality, it's a publicly available fundraiser photo featuring Jackson and Ross's own children. This is Abigail Jackson, who's on a White House official account on Twitter. Per the Epstein Files Transparency Act, Department of Justice was specifically instructed to only redact the faces of victims and or minors. Here is a picture of Bill Clinton with his arm around Michael Jackson and redacted individuals. Right? This is crazy. Michael Jackson by Jonathan Exley for self-assignment. This is just a picture of Jacko and his kids. And Diana Ross and her kid. That's all it is. It's so wild. This is just them in Paris. Bubba was also the name of Ghislaine Maxwell's horse or some shit. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, whatever. He did both. That's what I'm choosing to believe. That's what I'm choosing to believe. But even though Bill Clinton has been implicated in the Epstein files, this is absolutely wild. Statement by Angela Urena, spokesman, or Urenia, I think is how you say that. Spokesman for former President Bill Clinton. The Epstein Files Transparency Act imposes a clear legal duty on the U.S. Department of Justice to produce the full and complete record the public demands and deserves. However, what the Department of Justice has released so far and the manner in which it did so makes one thing clear: someone or something is being protected. We do not know whom, what, or why, but we do know this: we need no such protection. Accordingly, we call on President Trump to direct Attorney General Bondi to immediately release any remaining materials referring to...
Must be the last one of the season.
Johnny!
And consider this a late birthday and early Crimbo present for you and the boy. You'll mean a lot to everyone here, and I'm glad to have had the chance to bump into the stream that many years ago.
Johnny, that's really, really sweet of you. Thank you so much, my guy. Thank you so much for the £75 dono. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. You know what that means, chat. It's cat cam on. Holy shit, we're so close to hitting the goal as well now. Thank you very much, King. Thank you very, very much. Unfortunately, we don't have a Melpert. Melpert is... He is not here just this second. But I'm sure that we can get him somehow at some point. How am I going to do this? How am I going to get that? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that works. Actually. That actually just works. It just works. Okay. We'll have it there to just wait. And then we'll see. Johnny, thank you so much for the £75 dono. Thank you so much, dude. Merry fucking Christmas and happy birthday to me. Hell yeah. Okay, yeah, where was I up to here? The boy's exploring. Well, I'll tell you where he actually is. He's just on my bed. Because I changed my bed yesterday, and whenever I change my bed, he has to be on it for like a long time in order to put his scent on it. Like, I didn't know where he was today. I was just like pottering around doing shit, and I didn't know where he was. And I went into the bedroom, and he was like, lay on my fucking like PJs. He was just like on my PJs, like as much of his body as possible on the PJs. He's just like, gotta make these smell of me, bro, because they belong to me. Yeah, he's got to inspect and re-stink. That's the whole thing. He'll be getting in on and all around it and all that stuff. I'll get some sweets and bring him in with the sweets, the treats. We need no such... This is crazy, by the way. We need no such protection. Accordingly, we call on President Trump to direct Attorney General Bondi to immediately release any remaining materials referring to, mentioning, or containing a photograph of Bill Clinton. This includes, without limitation, any records that may exist and are subject to disclosure under the Act, Public Law 11938, enacted November 19, 2025, including grand jury transcripts, interview notes, photographs, and findings by the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, as referenced under oath to Congress by President Trump's first-term Attorney General. Refusal to do so will confirm the widespread suspicion of the Department of Justice actions today are not about transparency, but about insinuation, using selective releases to imply wrongdoing about individuals who have already been repeatedly cleared by the very same Department of Justice over many years under presidents and attorneys general of both parties. And I really like this this take. He's a pedophile kamikaze. He's a kamikaze pedo. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Now, here's the benefit of watching my stream, chat. You very well may have heard all of the takes from American publications and American news. It's time to hear what the Brits think. It's time to hear what the Brits think, isn't it? Don't you think it's time that you heard what the Brits think? Don't you think it's time? So, let's have a little look here. This is, who is this, chat? Ian Wright? Is this Ian Wright? Who the fuck is this? Matthew Wright. Sorry, Matthew, not Ian Wright. Ian Wright's the fucking ex-footballer. Matthew Wright from The Right Stuff. He's on LBC now. Talking about this shit. Let's hear what he's saying.
Promised he was going to drain the swamp. We thought we were going to see everything in these files as soon as Donald Trump ascended to the White House, but actually in the best part of the year,
it's Brit Bonga time.
He's made endless attempts to stop us seeing what's in these files. The latest tranche were released last night. More than 2,000 documents and photographs, but heavily redacted. And it's been fallen upon Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent, to do his best to read between the very thick black lines. Good morning to you, Simon.
Morning to you, Matthew.
It seems like a fairly thankless task, but what have you managed to unearth thus far, Simon?
Well, this guy's not a real guy, is he? I know that people were saying that photo of Bill Clinton from the last post look like AI, but this guy just looks like AI, and I don't even think it is AI. I think this is just what he looks like. It's like every day I'm just learning that there's a new guy from this country, and they're just the worst people.
Well, I actually think it's an easier task than it might appear, because beneath those black lines, it is absolutely apparent, lies fresh evidence that the White House is engaged in an effort to conceal information from the American public, not put it into the public domain, unless, of course, it's information that proves a little bit embarrassing to former President Bill Clinton or some of Jeffrey Epstein's other associates, but definitely not to President Donald Trump. I mean, this is exactly, I have to say, what I thought it was going to be, which was a very limited release, about 100,000.
Use the skin smoothing filter from TikTok, yeah.
A lot more than that. And anything of interest, anything of possible interest, has either been held back or has been redacted to the point where, I mean, it's a joke. I mean, if you go to the LBC website, you can actually see one of these pages, a list of masseuses that evidently is 36 or 37 lines long, and the entire document is blacked out. There's a 119-page set of documents from a grand jury hearing, you know, one of those sort of pre-trial investigative hearings in the United States that determines whether criminal charges are eventually going to be brought against someone.
What the fuck is that, bro? Matthew Wright. What in living fuck is that? What the fuck, bro? Since when does he have that? What the fuck? This guy's been on daytime TV for like 10 years. I've never seen this shit. What's going on? It's been there since 1979. Oh my god, that was so bad. That is so crazy, bro. It's like a rat tail, but it's so long. Life in prison, in jail. This is so fucking, what the fuck? I came here to hear Matthew Wright's take on the Epstein files, and I'm just hit with this. What the fuck, bro?
Or not. 119 pages. Every single page of it completely and fully redacted. There are hardly any references you will be stunned to discover in the release documents that were put out late last night by the White House.
Away with it? How's he getting away with it? He said that he's going to give full disclosure. He's got like the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene snapping at him. Who else was I looking at? Thomas Massey, the Kentucky Republican, also sniping at him. How's he getting away with it?
Well, the first point to underscore, Matthew, is that this is a president who has complete and utter disdain for Congress and pretty much disdain for the courts. I mean,
it's so weird. Like, what? Like, this is from, I think, 2022 when he started growing it, and obviously all the fucking red tops were like, "What's he doing? He's obviously woke and gay," and like. I don't know. Like, look, man, I'm pretty woke and gay. And you can do whatever you want with your hair, but I just think, like, a rat tail is so, like, it's such a weird, it feels really midlife crisis, you know? Like, it really feels midlife crisis. The band being orange is really funny. It's so weird. It's so weird.
He is now, one can
Hey,
argue,
Emmy, yeah, let me add it.
breaking a law that he himself signed. Remember a few weeks ago when the House and the Senate voted to force the administration to release every file in their possession, and he signed
You're going to whip a
that
guitar
into
out in a
law.
minute.
Well, he now hasn't implemented that law, so you're definitely going to see legal...
This is a motherfucker who brings the acoustic guitar to the party. that no one wants to hear.
To try and hold him accountable. The White House says
It's his
they're
bad
holding
decision to
information
make,
back,
yes.
Not, of course, to protect the president, but to protect victims and ongoing investigations. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, who, let me remind you, back in February, claimed that the Epstein files were on her desk awaiting her review and would then be released to the public. Then in July, we were told by the Department of Justice there was no Epstein client list to release, so there wouldn't be anything coming out. That's what led the House and the Senate to take the action that they took, forcing the release. And of course, I mean, Democrats would like to see many of these documents released because they know that there is potentially incriminating.
I remember when people were talking about the Epstein list, right? And there were some people who were saying, like Stephen King, for example, said, there is no Epstein list. Stop wishing for the Epstein list because it's not real. It doesn't exist. It's not going to happen. And people were so mad at him for that. But I think that what he was trying to say is that, yeah, it is unlikely that he would have like a list of clients and shit like that. But I defended Stephen King back then when he said that. But now I'm just like, oh, yeah, but I think we both got it mad wrong, bro, because these guys were just sending emails to each other like, yes, I can't wait to see you on Tuesday and do pedophilia with you. Like, that's what they were doing. They were just saying it out loud. And it's like, all of us were thinking like, nah, these guys must have been smarter than that. They must have used some kind of encrypted fax machine code, like burn after reading shit. And anyone who doesn't do it is going to end up in a dumpster in fucking New Jersey somewhere. And it's like, nah, man, they were just calling each other on the phone in public, being like, can't wait to see you on Friday night where we rape children. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Normal state of affairs for powerful men. They just don't think any of it is wrong or weird. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yeah, I think that people think that there would be some upsec and there would be it's like intellectual and deep and shit. And no, it is just like kids ordering pizza. Like, yes, hello, I'd like to order a child to abuse. Like but not even on the phone. On the phone would be better upsec. They're just like, they're emailing it to each other. Make sure she's under 18 and all this stuff. It's like, what the fuck? Mental. Like, but yeah, you're right. It's the normal state of affairs for powerful men. Yeah, the client list is more Mossad's list, and it probably does exist, but in a bunker that was hit by Iran in fucking so-called Israel the other fucking in June, you know. Hello, Mr. Dank, how you doing? Happy Festivus indeed, yes.
Information in there about Donald Trump. Republicans from Donald Trump's Make America Great Again movement, who are in many cases conspiracy theorists. Well, you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist on this occasion to sense that there is a White.
I think I saw it reported the FBI was using Adobe Acrobat to redact the Epstein files. FBI. Adobe Acrobat. Someone is saying this on Reddit. I know you're a bit of a Reddit guy, Mr. Dank, and that's fine. 7 hours ago, US Justice Department releases new tranche of Epstein files. This is from 7 hours ago. Former Kinko's employee, production manager. I've seen millions of PDFs. This is a crazy statement to begin with. Sometimes when you save a document to PDF, the layers aren't flattened. Sometimes someone might select the underlying text, hit the copy shortcut, open a Word document, and paste the contents into the Word format. When you print a file or print a PDF, this doesn't happen. We need to thank whichever staffer did this. This is why authoritarian regimes tend to self-implode. All the competent people are gone. All that's left are loyalists and disgruntled staff with less and less to lose. That's true. That's very, very true. I've heard people say that they're busy unredacting them. That is so funny. It's so funny. Just for everyone, flattening layers is a basic operation on the software that is being used to redact these documents. It's the kind of thing you teach to assistants and entry-level employees. If this is a person who's ever handled these kinds of documents before, they would know to do this. Mishandling this task at a law office of any kind will be potentially catastrophic. I just think that what it is, chat, is that they didn't think that they would have to do this. And again, the Doge, Department of Government Efficiency, decided back in February and March and April of this year that they were just going to strip the copper wire out of the empire, out of the operating hub of the empire. You know, so many fucking federal staff lost their jobs working in federal departments all over the fucking USA. Loads in Virginia, loads in fucking Washington, D.C. It's just crazy. And I think that they really thought that they would have the political capital to just like not do it. Or some staffers are rebelling. Or some staffers are like, fuck this shit, they're not paying me enough. I don't know. It's so odd. I think it is more likely that they are just, they're just so big-headed that they really think that they could get away with it. I put more thought and effort into my out-of-office alert email than these people do into covering up their decades of sex crimes, yeah.
House cover-up taking place, and that whatever is...
Yeah, that's why he said that. He's still talking about that Jeffrey Epstein guy, this creep. And whenever he's questioned about it, he just says, I banned him from Mar-a-Lago years ago. Like, he just thinks that he could get away with it, yeah.
Those files that they are holding back. You know, certainly there will be information that you don't want to release in the public domain because you do want to protect victims. Maybe there is suddenly this huge amount of new information that Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, claims that the sanctity of investigations require.
He has gotten away with it this far. And he probably will get away with it. Like, I do want to like reiterate that like the streamers that I've seen that have said I don't want to talk about the Epstein stuff because Trump's gonna get away with it. I'm not saying that those people are wrong. They are right. I think that he will get away with it. I don't think that he will be prosecuted. I think that he will escape the law, and I think that there is still value in reporting on it and covering it because of the reasons that I mentioned earlier, because I do think that people need to have broader discussions about paedophilia, power, how power enables paedophilia on a mass scale in this way. And, also, I was talking with Sophie about it after Red Planet, and she was talking about the fact that it's like, look, obviously there were probably some young boys that were abused on Epstein's Island. That's probably absolutely true. But it's overwhelmingly girls. It's overwhelmingly young girls. And I think that it's really important to mention that there needs to be like a broader discussion about patriarchy and misogyny. That's what Sophie said, and I agree with her, because I just don't think that this is the kind of thing that is happening as a result of that. And I think that when people are talking about Jeffrey Epstein, the way that they are trying to... ContraPoints had a good take for once, stopped clock, right? And what she said is that a lot of people are just discovering that there were some kids who were like toddlers who were abused and stuff like that, and now all of a sudden it's more serious and it makes them more sick. And that's because girls who are aged 13 to 17 are not like for some reason it doesn't disgust people as much when people that age are abused. And that's overwhelmingly patriarchy and patriarchal society. Because it's like, yeah, they're still kids, man. And it's because a lot of our society looks at girls who are like 18 and they're like, yeah, great, barely legal, fair game, that kind of stuff. A lot of the attraction that is, highlighted and promoted in our society is women who look like kids, like no body hair anywhere, even pubes, makeup to look younger, etc., etc., etc. And it's just like, yeah, man, I think that like that is something that is being totally missed in a lot of the commentary about this stuff. When Sophie brought that up to me, I was like, yep, spot on. And again, like I said, stop clock right twice a day. ContraPoints also brought up something similar. It's like, yeah, a lot of people are like having to like cope and be like, oh yeah, like he raped toddlers as well, and that makes it really disgusting. And it's like, no, it's just as disgusting. It's literally just as disgusting that he raped teenagers. Like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we fucking doing? Like, it's absolutely fucked. So yeah, I think that it is important. Woman child, right? Exactly. That's how people are talking about it. Hello, Elon Musk's cruciform. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. A lot of people are talking about, like, you know, they're saying, like, young women. Oh, he abused these young women and stuff. And it's like, oh my God, they were kids. They were just kids. I hope what comes of this isn't, oh good, we found all the bad men. We must change the systems of power that will keep enabling this behavior and these men for the next century to come. Yes. Sorry, Lainey. Yeah, my bot is not happy if you're not a sub. No, it's okay. You should. Everyone should follow Sophie. She's fucking great. She's absolutely wonderful. Okay.
But also, let's be honest, it's pretty possible.
Sorry, yeah. We must change the systems of power that keep enabling this behavior and producing these men for the next century to come. That's why I think it's important to do it. That's why I think it's important to cover it. Because I think that we, as people who are likely to speak to organizers or be organizers or go out into the real world and volunteer and help build power in our communities, I think that we need to be equipped with the language in order to speak to people who are fucking normies who are talking about this stuff. And they're going to be they're going to be pissed off that it's happening, but they might not be like, you know, they might not be equipped to interrogate the power that's associated with it. Johnny, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Lainey. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes, comrade. I think it's really important that we can relate news like this to the average person and frame it in a way that people understand that the reason that this is so bad is because they're in positions of power. And also the reason that you hear about things like, grooming in the UK and shit like that. Obviously, if the person that you're speaking to brings up grooming gangs, it's going to be a bit more of a difficult discussion that you're going to have with them, where you're just going to have to say, yeah, like there's people of all races, and it's mostly white people who are doing grooming gangs. Okay, you know, that's going to be the first fucking hurdle you're going to have to get to. You're not even going to be able to talk about the conditions and hierarchy of power. If that's what they're stuck on, right? This is the thing. This is why it's fucking important to cover this stuff. You know.
Those documents contain more evidence relating to the president's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And that stuff, they are going to hold back until the last possible minute that a court, probably the Supreme Court, says, no, you've got to put this stuff out there. And they're going to run the clock out.
Do you maybe I'm just too cynical for my own good, but I've got this sneaky feeling we're never going to see the full Epstein files, that perhaps it's too injurious to too many rich and powerful people. So
when you speak to on the ground Republican voters who love Donald Trump, they say things like he's the most transparent president ever. And the reason that they say that, the people who still support him, it's not that many people, right? It's not that many people, but there's a reason I'm bringing this up. They see he's the most transparent president ever, and that's because people only really pay attention to what a president does unless it directly affects them at the start of their presidency. So one of the first things that Donald Trump did in 2016 or whatever was he was like, yeah, they're aliens. We're going to release all the stuff about aliens. You know? And I think that, it's just wild. It's just absolutely wild. Like, that's why he did all that stuff. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna be super transparent, and I'm gonna release all the alien files and stuff like that. Yeah, smoke and mirrors went so far for him. Absolutely, yeah. You know, it works because he knows what his base is. But also now it doesn't work, and like I think that he just doesn't really care that much, because he's like, yeah, I'm probably not gonna. I think he knows he's not gonna have this third term, this like secret third term that Miriam Adelson wants him to do, and all these other fucking disgusting, foul pieces of shit. I think he's gonna get more and more Brandonified. He knows it's the end of the line. It's just like, yeah, this is my last big bang, and then I'm just gonna retire or whatever. That's what these fucking freaks do, right? Before he went Zionist Hasburis, Lonerbox did a great video on the grooming gang thing. I find it really hard to believe that Lonerbox did anything good ever. I'm going to be so for real with you. I find it so hard to believe that guy... Yeah, he was also doing Rittenhouse apologia and misogynist trolling for years before that. Yeah.
Whether you have
I find it so hard. Like the sentence "good thing" and Lonerbox didda, like those words can't exist in the same sentence. Like they just can't.
confident.
I find it so hard to believe.
Goes to the Supreme Court, we will eventually see everything in those files.
No, I think it's very hard to have confidence. I mean, I think it's very difficult to have confidence, and it's not just because it's about Donald Trump. It is, as you point out, about a whole host of other rich and very powerful figures. I mean, there's lots of images that they put out last night pertaining to Bill Clinton's friendship.
Yes, if it's a stranger, people have no problem going, oh yeah, that's bad, no shit, but we need you to bring that energy when it's your uncle or your friend, because 90% of the time the people hurting your kids are a family friend or a relative. Yes. And also, what people also forget is that the most vulnerable kids to child abuse, child sex abuse, whatever kind of, abuse that can happen to a child, are kids who are struggling at home. So if they have like a bad home life, like even if they're just like acting up a bit at home or shit like that, those are the most vulnerable people. Those are the most vulnerable kids, and they are people. They're not seen as people, and that's why it's so easy for them to be abused, and it's disgusting. Hey Alejandro, how you doing? His good stuff was mostly doing the low-hanging fruit of chud dunking. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. His grooming gang video was the first that I saw of him. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, look, we've got a big history with Lonerbox. A big history with fucking Bonerbox, man. Just like such a fucking loser. Yeah, like you've really got to ask yourself, like, someone who turned into the Zionist Hasburis that Lonerbox is, like, were they ever really that good? Like, genuinely, I find it so hard. Like, anyone who is making apologia for the fucking Zionist fascist genocidal state, rape state, doing unlimited baby murder for the last 2 years, sanctioned by the Imperial Court, anyone who is making any kind of apologia for them, it doesn't matter how woke you think they were just never, ever, ever that woke. I'm sorry, it's just not real. And I think that that's the big problem that I have with, like, people who are very, very, like, loud about saying, like, I'm really concerned about this guy who said this, and it's like, I really think that we need to change society to be about this. And what they talk about often is they will talk about, like, the very important issues of, like, sexuality, race, feminism, all this kind of stuff. And it's really, really easy to, like, talk about that stuff on, like, a surface level, right? Because you're not thinking about the broader, bigger picture of, like, building feminist power or building queer power or building black power or anything like that, because what you're just talking about is like, yeah, I heard that racism was bad, so it's bad, and what I'm going to do is I don't know, I'm going to try and do like a video about that shit, and it could be like, flatly good. It could be like flatly good, and like a lot of the YouTubers on YouTube, like BreadTube and stuff like that, were very much like this. It was very, very easy for them to say, like, yeah, racism is bad, yeah, misogyny is bad, yeah, ableism is bad, yada yada yada. But when it comes to, like, actually solving those problems and talking about building power and talking about building community power and shit like that, none of them have got any of that. They don't have any of that shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's all, and I'm going to be so real, I'm going to be so for real with every single one of you, chat. Like, a lot of these fucking BreadTubers just do not live by their values at all. Like, they simply do not. Think about the amount of BreadTubers that you see and you're like, damn, that's a great set. Damn, that's some good lighting. Damn, how much fucking money are you making? And think about what class they're in. You know? The people who push the grooming gang's narrative are Charlottesville cases. There's no subtlety with them, yeah. I told Bonerbox to take his anarchist posters down. He should just take his whole life down. Like, I don't mean kill himself. I mean, like, he should just pack up and go somewhere else. I was saying that Contra did good analysis on fascism. All of his fucking audience told me to kill myself, loads, so I don't give a fuck if anyone's misinterpreted that in that way. Go fuck yourself. I was saying that Contra did good analysis on fascism before, that's why I'm shocked about her lib Zionist shit, but the analysis can't have been that good if she arrived at that position. That's what I mean, Lainey. Like, it's so easy, yeah, for someone to be like, oh, damn, these people are doing Nazi shit. So, you know, and it, you know, it looks like the stuff that I read about in the history books with the Nazis. Yep, they're talking about Jews. Jews will not replace us, right? Yeah, and they're talking about black people, right? Yeah. You know, they got this whole like militarized, uniformed shit, etc., etc. Yeah, sounds like a Nazi, looks like a Nazi, yeah, etc., etc. But as soon as all those things apply to people in another country who are weaponizing anti-Semitism, and like, you know, it's so dumb because it's like Contra was even talking about things like weaponizing the idea of anti-white racism, right? And it's like, where do you think they got that from, bro? Hitler didn't come up with that shit. They got that from fucking Israel. It's so insane. It's so completely insane. It's like, oh yeah, so like, you know, these people are saying, oh, that criticizing us is bad, and like you can't say this because we're white and it's anti-white racism, you know, but we're doing evil, horrible things. It's like, that's just when Israel says things like, you're being anti-Semitic, right? It's like, what are you talking about? It's just it's so deathfully depressing. A lot of people do a bit of chud dunging to get leftish and liberal crowd, but they're never really left wing. It's like Channel 5 Andrew Callahan stuff went to dunk on black charity orgs and do half-ass sexual assault apologies and such. I think Channel 5 is like a whole other thing, man. I don't think I never ever really thought that guy was left wing. I just thought he was like pretty normie. You know what I mean? Let alone understanding how any of these things are connected. Yeah. Sean is the only real one. Hey Susie, how you doing? Media analysis is a great way to get people interested in the theory, but then you have to progress the materialist analysis at some point, or you end up in weird contradictions like defending NATO or Israel. Yes, and you will all know that I have, you know, been subject to that fucking propaganda in the past as well. I've told people in this chat to like shut up when talking about Russia. I've done that before, you know, and I feel terrible about it. Shut up with talking about Ukraine and Russia, you know. But like, that's the thing, like, you have to recognize that that's what's happening. You're being propagandized, and you know, you got to just bring yourself out of it. Like, you just have to stick with that like same mantra, which is you're not immune to propaganda. If you're hearing it from the mouthpiece of the state, it's probably bullshit. You got to engage in critical thinking, and critical thinking is not just like, oh well, I've learned that the sun lies. I know that Sky News is biased. It's like, no. Don't just like fall back into things that you know. You have to consistently, constantly criticize and critically analyze the sources that you're getting information from, you know? I was following BetTrue when it was just forming in 2017. Yeah, same. Sean and I think Lindsay Ellis is still all right. I know about the Nebula thing, but there's really is no big ethical big platform. Someone can scold me on that. I don't know too much. No, Sean is great. Yeah. I was hoping Means TV would be better, but there's already some not great names on their roster, so their vetting process is probably just limited to does YouTube content. Yeah, I think that, like, the problem is that the majority of YouTubers are, like, white people, right? And as soon as you get a bit of money doing YouTube, you get a bit successful, you get fucking lazy. Because we're in the imperial core, and when you're a white person, you just taught to, like, oh, well, if I make a bunch of money, that means I made it, right? And I think that that's what happens. I think that people get lazy and they just pull the ladder up. I don't even think they know that they're pulling the ladder up behind them. I just think that that's what's happening. And they don't know that they're doing it. It's overwhelmingly white. Like, all that shit is overwhelmingly white. As a native person, I don't fuck with Lindsay Ellis. Oh, is she also... That's unsurprising that Lindsay Ellis has also done... some ridiculous anti-native shit.
with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
And we should say that none of those documents and none of the stuff that we've seen in the files so far is incriminating. No. Doesn't imply any nefarious activities, just pictures of the two of them hanging out together, or Bill Clinton in a hot tub with a woman whose face is redacted. We've no idea who she is. So there's no suggestion in any of the pictures that were contained in these files that crimes were committed by these wealthy and powerful individuals. But what you can tell from what they put out.
The thing is that Nebula could have been a walkout strike situation because it does rely on the creators being there, but they all chose their bag over solidarity with JT, who was forced out because he wouldn't walk back his anti-Zionism. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That shit is absolutely fucking crazy.
Last night is that the White House is determined to besmirch other people's reputations. There's pictures of Richard Branson in there. There's a picture of Prince Andrew in there. Various other figures. But they're definitely not as interested in releasing anything that's in there about Donald Trump. And we know there's stuff that's in there because, for example, Jeffrey Epstein, according to the journalist and author Michael Wolff, Jeffrey Epstein showed him pictures that would be embarrassing, to say the least, for the White House if they were put out. So are we ever going to see them? I mean, if there's a change of administration in Washington at some point in our collective futures, maybe if the court...
These people are dreaming, man.
Force him to...
What you need is a new president, and they'll definitely have not been in the Epstein files. I don't know one. What is, like... Who could possibly have not been in the Epstein files? I mean, I guess Obama probably, right? Because that's been the whole thing. There's no way that Trump could have implicated Obama, even though he hates him, because there was just no pictures of him anywhere near Epstein's island or something like that. And the only time he ever spoke to Epstein was to get information about Israel or something like that, right? I don't know. He's named in the files because of that, right? And it's like, what it's just so laughable. It's just such a fucking laughable situation where this guy is like, just get another guy in charge, it'll be fine. Hey, Crimson Tinted, what's up? The Empire lovers pretending we're ever going to get off this bread and circuses treadmill again. I mean, look, yeah, they're all delusional because the Empire is crumbling in front of our very eyes. Like, what we are seeing right now is the end of the Empire, and things are just going to get worse. Things are just going to get worse because it's like, all the countries that previously used to be like, we're the big dogs, are going to be like cornered wolf mode, where they're going to lash out at anyone who fucking like looks at them funny. That's why fucking Trump is like not doing this, is doing all of this shit. You know what I mean? Hey, Michael Bay. Hey, Mountainous Range. Welcome in. Good to see you. Guess who's not in the files? I mean, like, you could be saying you or Michael Bay. So I don't know. Are you thinking like Michael Bay or? I thought the UK would be more considerate in regard to what? Sorry. Curiosity Stream is owned by Discovery, aka Warner Bros. I do agree there's no ethical platform though, as we see how YouTube treats radical voices. The stupidest thing about it, Laney, right? The stupidest thing about it, Laney, is that making a platform that is a conglomerate of YouTubers all together is as easy as getting some YouTubers together and going like, hey, you do radical shit, I do radical shit, you do radical shit, let's make a co-op. You just do that, and you write up the co-op rules, and you make a founding document, and you just do that. And I think that the thing is with YouTube and any like leftist conglomerate of people who are doing stuff, like you have people who collab, right? Like there's loads of creators who will collab and do stuff with each other and this, that, and the other, and that's great. But it has to go beyond that because that's the corporate version of cooperation, collaboration, cooperation. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta make your own site, and I just think it's that, right? If the real Michael Bay is in the files, I promise you will never see me again. Nebula has a CEO. That's not a co-op. Yes, exactly. It's completely absurd that they call themselves a co-op. It's just so fucking ridiculous. It's so insane.
do it, possibly. But, you know, so much of this stuff, Matthew, is really caught up in what happens in America next year, right? It's midterm elections next year, November the 3rd. The entire House of Representatives and 1/3 of the Senate up for grabs. And if Democrats take back control of those two chambers, they're going to be in a position to begin impeachment proceedings and tie the president up in complete knots for the last 2 years of his presidency. And this could absolutely serve.
That's you assuming, Simon. He's going to go at the end of his presidency.
Matthew Wright having the rat tail is fucking mental.
Trump promised he was going to...
I just want to bring this back, just for those who missed it. This fucking moment where he just goes off to the right, and it's like, oh,
hearings in the United States that determines whether criminal charges are eventually going to be.
Bro, I can't get over it. How much of it do we actually get to? Is that the most of it that we get to see? God, that's funny. God, that's so weird. What a thing to have. He just doesn't come across the kind of guy that would have, as the kind of guy that would have something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a real, like, what's like a similar moment? This is like a guy down the gym that's just like a regular bloke, all of a sudden going like, yeah, I'm a communist, actually. Do you know what I mean? It's like that. It's like, what the fuck is happening, bro? That's crazy. It's so crazy. I've never seen that before. Okay, what do we got here? We got more British nonsense. Republican strategist defends Trump's failure to release the full Epstein files. Let's take a look at this. This is LBC and LBC America. You know, LBC stands for Leading Britain's Conversation, and they've also got Leading Britain's Conversation America. It's his Padawan braid, yeah.
Very early in the morning with the Christmas.
Okay, so this is Lewis Goodall. He's a bit of a liberal commentator. Obviously, LBC has its own agenda. Private company, disgusting. We looked at some of the history of it. Founded by a millionaire, yada, yada, yada. Horrible nonsense, nightmare shit. Anti-strike action, anti-worker. It's not going to be great. But Lewis Goodall, I think, is one of the better commentators on it, along with Natasha Devon.
Peter Lumage, who's a businessman.
But they're libbed up to fuck, you know.
Attorney, Republican strategist, joining us live this morning from Connecticut, where it is very early in the morning. So we're particularly grateful to Peter for sparing this time over the Christmas holidays for doing that. Peter, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Were you surprised by some of the redactions and the documents that apparently are missing and have not been fully published?
No, dude, he's a Republican strategist.
Actually, not at all, because when you look at the act that Congress passed, they ordered the Department of Justice to release all the unclassified documents. And, you know, the question is what is classified and what is unclassified.
Okay, that's what it is. It's that some of them were classified and some of them were unclassified. That's what it is.
Some of the investigations are still going on, and we have a very complicated and complex legal system in the United States that certain grand jury investigations still remain very confidential, very secret, that they are held in secrecy. And that is part of the justice system in the United States that should be respected. You need the court actually to order the release of such documents. And, you know, when you read the act itself, I mean, it's included there that unless the court approves it, unless they are unclassified documents. And, you know, I think the Justice Department...
We only redacted the stuff that was embarrassing to our people. Yeah, exactly.
The best of this complex, file called...
Yeah, this guy genuinely sounds like someone out of a trauma movie. Is he from New Jersey? He sounds and looks like a politician that would be in a trauma film. This is Peter Lumage, Susie. He's apparently a Republican strategist.
Epstein files, and they are caught between the public opinion that they want to see everything. And at the end, I think we're going to see all the files, you know, being made public. But the question is, what we have seen so far actually doesn't change anything with regard to what the public believes. We believe that
Connecticut,
powerful men in the United States, including the United Kingdom,
he was born in Albania.
You know, so-called Epstein files, and you know, some of them have started paying a price already. I mean, when you look at Prince Andrew, you look at Larry Summers. Bill Clinton may be called before Congress to testify as to what he knows of this. And he's going to be the main target, for lack of a better term, because if he refuses to appear before Congress, he can be held in contempt of Congress. If he appears before Congress...
What's the whole... He's just straight up being like, yeah, if Bill Clinton doesn't show up to court, he's in big trouble, buddy. What are you talking about? You're not even answering the question. This guy knows how to yap. That's all you need to do in politics, man. As soon as you put that suit on, as soon as you become a representative for any kind of fucking political party, you just need to know how to yap. That's just how it is. Yap, 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 yap. That's it.
He may take the fifth. If he takes
fucking
the fifth,
yapper,
they may give him immunity, and he's going to have to testify under oath. If he makes any perjury statements, he may be charged with perjury.
But you will know, Peter. You will know, Peter, that spokesperson for President Clinton has accused the White House of using him as a scapegoat after the pictures of the former president with Jeffrey Epstein were released. The White House, they say, hasn't been hiding these files for months, only to dump them late on a Friday to protect Bill Clinton, the spokesperson said on X. This is about shielding themselves from what comes next or what they'll try and hide forever so they can release as many grainy 20-plus-year-old photos as they want. But this isn't about Bill Clinton, never has been, never will be.
Well, the statute of limitation is expired. I mean, they cannot charge Clinton with any crimes, no question about it. The only way they can charge him, as I said, if they call him to come before Congress to testify. And if he
all just talking about Bill Clinton. All just talking about how Bill Clinton could be charged. This is crazy, dude.
Refuses to do that, he will be held in contempt. But the other thing about
it is mysterious, isn't it, Peter? It's mysterious. Some people might think that it's quite convenient that of the files that have been released, there are loads of pictures of Bill Clinton that just happen to be in the cache, but perhaps not many of others who might be a little bit more politically embarrassing to the administration.
Well, look, I mean, they are trying to get photos. If Trump was involved, if he's got any, compromising photos, but as it turns, so far, we haven't seen that. It doesn't look...
Yes, we have! Yeah, we have, though! What do you mean, bro? We literally did see that. Like, they found one of him in a drawer. There's that one of him on the plane with the literal kid. And they released that, and then they took it back, and then they're re-releasing it, and then they're gonna take it back again, and they're gonna re-release it. It is cope. It's so crazy, bro.
Like Trump is afraid to have them released, and one thing that the public is very convinced is that if the Biden administration,
like, I just can't imagine, like, when I think about this existence, chat, yeah. Let's get a little esoteric for a minute, right? When I think about this, like, incredibly bizarre, completely psychedelic existence that we live in, where it's really difficult to even like define consciousness and the soul and the idea of living an existence, and it's special and it's wonderful, and you only get one chance at it, don't you? That's the whole thing. Like, resurrection could be real, but like if it is real, there's probably no chance of remembering what your past life is about or like continuing it in that way or whatever. This guy has chosen this wonderful, special, gorgeous existence that we have, that we found ourselves in, because that's what happens, isn't it? One day you're just here, and it's like, oh, I'm here now. What? And this guy has chosen this wonderful experience, this wonderful, delightful experience that we're all experiencing right now. You're experiencing it right now as well, chat, aren't you? You're doing it now. It's magical. It's wonderful that we're all here. And he's chosen what he's going to be remembered for, and his beautiful, magical experience that he's sharing with all of us, to be the pedophile defender. He's chosen to be the defender of the pedophile, dementia-riddled emperor of the dying empire of the United States of America. The epitome of capitalism, the end point of capitalism. It was only ever going to end up with someone like Donald fucking Trump being the head of the capitalist empire. And this guy has gone, I have decided it is my duty. But there's so many of them, and that's the fucking like insane thing. There's so many of them that they've gone, you know what? Life's too short. I'm going to defend the pedophile president. That's what I'm going to do. The pedophile president. I'm just going to do it. That's what I'm going to be remembered for. Who cares? Hey, you too could get paid to do the same thing if you get a lobotomy of the soul. Right, yeah.
Knew that
it's just crazy. It's fucking crazy.
Trump in this kind of relationship with Epstein, he could have ordered the
hey, Morgan, what's up?
files before the election of 2024. Why didn't he do that? So the public doesn't believe that Trump is part of this investigation, or he will be. A relationship with Epstein a while back when he figured out that he was.
This guy, he's just saying the same thing that Trump is saying. It's almost like they're personally invested in keeping powerful men free from any consequences. Yes, because he wants to be a powerful man, yeah.
A proper individual to
what it's about.
Invited to Mar-a-Lago any longer.
He's saying, I could be in Trump's shoes in 20 years when I'm 89. You know?
Have a relationship with him, but look, you know.
But this, he's just repeating the Trump line. The Trump line is, I stopped talking to him years ago. I banned him from Mar-a-Lago, you know. I found out he was a pedophile. So I got rid of him. And this guy's just repeating it. It's just like, yeah, man, you might as well just be interviewing Donald Trump at this point. He's yapping on. He loves the sound of his own voice. He's denying that Trump is involved in the Epstein files whatsoever. When it's very obvious that he's implicated in many ways. And that's it. Yeah, you might as well just be speaking to Trump. It's crazy. He's a complete sycophant. Mouth of Mordor shit, you know?
Interesting that
Mouth of Sauron.
Investigation that is going to continue is going to be more.
I hate the US. Don't worry, Susie. We're right there with you. We are right there with you, comrade.
Public opinion for the Democrats or the Republicans for the 2026.
I think a lot of people in the USA are like all of a sudden realizing why there are people in the Middle East who say things like "death to America," right? Because they're not saying "death to Americans." They're saying the USA is an evil, horrible place. It's not a evil, horrible place. It's an evil, horrible government, right? It's an evil, horrible government. It makes me sad. Yeah, I mean, look, like, here's the thing. I think the important thing to remember, right? The important thing to remember is that if you're a working class person in America, you know, you don't work for the military industrial complex, you don't work for the government, you don't work for any of these like horrible industries that seriously make people's lives terrible and shit like that. It's not your fault. It's not your fault that this is how it is. It's these people in power, right? And it is really like our duty as working class people. And you've got to remember, you're talking to someone in Britain. We've still got a fucking king. We've still got a fucking king. I was having a conversation on my birthday with some very, very like wonderful activists that I respect very deeply. You know, they're my good friends. And I was talking to him at length about the way in which that people in the Imperial Court organize. And a lot of the times it can be super individualist, and that can be where a lot of people's problems come from. Hassan was touching on it last night. I don't know if anyone saw the bit on Hassan's stream last night when he was talking about people who like get overly invested in identity politics, and they want to like police people's language and make it very difficult to like talk about things contextually and shit like that. And a lot of people will tear down organizations for that in the real world. And you might think that I'm chatting rubbish, but I have real legitimate experience of this, chat. Like, it's a real thing that happens in the UK. And the thing is that I think that in a lot of places, we have to look at the way that working class people organize in the way that the state propagandizes people to be. And what I mean by that is that people love in the UK to like call themselves an anarchist or a communist, or they're doing organizing, they're organizing communities and shit like that. Oh, I do a load of work organizing my community and shit like that. But like when you speak to people who know them, they're like, oh, they're a terror. They're like an emotional terrorist, and they like make it really hard for people to be around them. And actually, they like, you know, they're running several campaigns against other people about like, you know, things that they've said in the past or things that they've done in the past, and they want to like get them banned from the community. And actually, they're not making any progress in organizing because they're so focused on this thing that this person said 10 years ago that we're getting nothing done. And I'm like, you know, I've had a look at this. I've been involved in organizing in the UK for a while now, and my whole analysis of it is like, we've still got a king. We've still got a fucking king. You know, people in this country love to be like, yeah, man, we're really gonna do some anti-fascism. We're really gonna do some proper organizing and shit. And it's like, dog, we have a king. We have a king. What, like, you know, I love the idea that people, you know, want to do all this stuff, and it's great. And I'm not saying that we can't do it because we've got a king. What I'm saying is that the state, like, it lies to us and it tells us that we have some kind of freedom because we have like a parliament. But what it's doing is it's obfuscating the fact that we have a literal fucking monarch. We have a monarch. If a monarch, you know, and one of my fucking, well, I'm not really his friend, but someone I know through organizing, had the terrible take. It was so insane. It was about the organization Republic in the UK that is like very, they want to get rid of the monarchy. That's the whole thing. They want to abolish the monarchy. This guy was like, I don't think it's the time to be talking about this. And it was so crazy. I just DM'd him and I was like, what are you talking about, dog? Like, we should always be thinking about abolishing the monarchy. It's the fucking monarchy. We have a king. What are you talking about? And he said, this is what he said. He said, chat, he said that the king is the only person that could stop Nigel Farage from becoming the prime minister. That's what he said. Now, the thing is about that is that technically he's right. Technically he's right. Yeah? Technically he's right. If the king wanted to, because the king does have monarchy powers, right? In the implied made-up constitution that we have in the UK, the king has to approve the parliament, right? When a prime minister is elected, when the party is elected, the king sits there and goes, okay, let's have a look at your government. Yes, that's a good government. It's been approved. Technically, what he could do if Nigel Farage got his power was he could delay the approval of the parliament for like a long time, so it just like never happens, right? But he's not going to do that for Nigel Farage, is he? He's not going to do it for Nigel Farage, is he? Because Nigel Farage is aligned with the king. He's got the same interests as the king. He wants to be rich. He wants to be powerful. What are you talking about? He's his fucking mate. You know? Like, the only fucking person that he would do that for is someone like Jeremy Corbyn. Right? Jeremy Corbyn would have taken his cabinet up to the king and he would have gone, too woke. See you later. Not approving it. Too woke. Get Diane Abbott out of the treasurer or something. You know what I mean? Yes, they go to the same islands on the same planes. This is the whole thing. And, you know, the reason that I'm talking about this, chat, is because it's like, look, this is where we are in the Imperial Core. This is what it's like. It's very, very hard. We've been lied to. We've been told that this very comfortable life that we've got, we deserve it, and it's fine, and things are never going to get harder and shit like that, but things are getting harder. And we've got to wake up, man. We've got to fucking wake up. I understand that it's sad to realize that the way that the rest of the world looks at our countries is not fond. It's not with fondness. But we have a duty to cause rot in the Imperial Core, right? We have a duty to do that as humans, right? In my opinion, this is just ideologically where I'm at, but I think that most of you here are also ideologically in this idea that things should change and our empire should not have a hegemony over the world. There is no empire that should have hegemony over the world. Everybody should be free to do what they want as long as it doesn't harm others. That's just, I think, a general philosophy that I think people really understand. The king kind of has to do things that people will tolerate, otherwise everyone will throw a shit fit. I mean, like, that is also true, but, you know, he's not going to stop Nigel Farage getting into power. Once we realize that, we can also realize that most of the world and us are aligned against our ruling class. That's the thing, right? That's the thing. Yes. it's important to remember that, like, this is why communities like mine exist. This is why communities like other streamers exist. Like, you know, I've seen you in Marcus's stream, Susie. This is why you watch Marcus. It's why you watch me. It's because we sit here and we're like, yes, it's right to have the feelings that you're having about the world that we live in. What can we do? Organize. Organizing. And the reason that I brought up the kind of people who have individualist problems and egos in organizing is because that is one of the key things that is stopping things from taking off at this point in places like the UK and the USA. I know that people are not thinking that that's the case. People are thinking, oh, it's fascism. But it's like, when you look at how united the right is in their various different, you know, strategies and things that they say and things that they agree with, the left is not like that. The left is not like that. The left is obsessed with being cops to each other, and it's shit because we're all supposed to hate cops. You know what I mean? Meet your neighbor, help out a community garden, join a union or a tenants union. Yeah, that's why I told you about Denver Tenants Union last time, Susie, right? It's about building power so that at some point we don't need the state. You know what I mean? There you go. If you do all that, Susie, you just got to keep doing it. You just got to keep doing it. You know, if you're involved in organizing your block, like we spoke about last time, yeah, just keep doing it. There's definitely a lack of restorative justice inside of leftist orgs. Yeah, hey, ground level news. I am not surprised that you know about this. Yeah. Hello, S70 Ghost. Welcome in. Yeah. So, anyway, what do we do about all this? What is Antifa?
Election, the midterm election next year is
I don't know, man.
important in the United States.
Don't know, actually.
1/3 of the United States Senate is up for re-election. The entire House.
Community has been a whole mess since the No King shooting. Yeah, I bet.
He's going to become a president who's not going to have much power to execute his policies.
Hey, Val, how you doing? Hello, Oxpecker.
This is not only making sure that the public knows.
Infighting is easy to get caught up in because of algorithms. I don't know how to separate us from that kind of content. I am not talking about algorithms. I am not talking about that.
What Epstein did. They don't care at this point. This is more a political move from...
I mean, actually, you know what? I don't mean to be dismissive because I think you do have a point. I think that algorithms have informed people that the way that you interact with other leftists is by being the best leftist and by being the most woke. Right? And that is egos. That's the egos that exist within the organizing community. They look at the way that people are talking online about leftism and you know, organizing and shit, and it's like, oh, okay, what you do to be a leftist is you be the most leftist, and that makes you the big leftist and the boss. And I think that people want to be the boss of organizing. I think that that's how it is, and I think that that's why some of the problems that you find in organizing is actually like people seem a little bit allergic to power, like a little bit allergic to people who are in leadership positions. Yeah, this is my truth, chat. Like this is what happened to me this year. You know, where would you align yourself on the political spectrum? I don't know, dude. I'm just chilling. I don't know what you're on about.
Sides, I would say, to convince or to persuade their voters that 2026 is important, and therefore the Democrats are the bad, part of the political spectrum, or the Republicans, or vice versa. So this is going to become very, very political in the months to come.
Well, as you know, Brian, I mean, but as you know, Peter, this isn't just criticism coming from Democrats about this. Brian Darling, Republican strategist, the heavily redacted disclosures just add more fuel to the fire. That is something that is being Republican Representative Thomas Massey, who co-authored the transparency law, said the partial release grossly fails to comply with both the spirit and the letter of the law. So that is a Republican who has spearheaded this, saying that the Trump administration is not obeying the law and therefore just adds fuel to paranoia and conspiracy which may exist.
Well, both of them signed the act that says release the unclassified documents. I mean, they could have just changed the word in unclassified to classified, or the entire file. I mean, when you read this from the legal point of view...
He was just saying that's that's the reason that there were some files that weren't coming out. And now he's like, yeah, you can just do it. You can just do whatever you want. You can just do whatever you want. Just do whatever you like.
Pretty much they gave the Trump administration and the Justice Department a way out of it by phrasing it or
It makes
framing
it look like the Trump administration has got something to hide, whether that's fair or unfair.
I think that they don't have anything to hide. What they are doing, they are holding more or withholding more information.
What do you think the best party to vote for in the UK is? Green Party or your party?
Release it later on. That may be even more embarrassing for the Democrats. We're waiting to see if that is the case, and a lot of people believe that is the case. I mean, there are speculation and still continuing just speculation that the entire Epstein, thing has to do with, intelligence agencies and you name it. I mean, the Trump administration is not even disputing the fact that there are allegations out there that were made that may be very sensitive to make them public. Now, if the Democrats and the Republicans keep on pushing that it should be released, and it will be released, most likely it is going to be the Democrats who are going to pay a heavier price than the Republicans in 2026, because most of the people who may be involved, who have been involved so far, including Larry Summers, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Kevin Spacey, Richard Branson.
And yet it's Donald Trump. If that were the case, why doesn't Trump just put him out there? If he's got nothing to hide, put them out there. You'll know, Peter. You'll know that Marjorie Taylor Greene, who admittedly has fallen out with Trump in a big way, but nonetheless had been an absolute foot soldier of the MAGA movement, tweeted at the weekend, "My goodness, what is in the Epstein files? Release all the files. It is literally the law." She says people are raging.
Hey, Nemesis, yeah, we would take it and look at that as well.
MAGA base, Trump's own base, and walking away from him over this.
I, to a certain extent, I agree with her, but releasing the entire files.
This guy should go back to GB News. What, Lewis? Has he been on GB News, Lewis Goodall?
That is supposed to mean...
I thought he must have been like the liberal, whatever you call it, guy. You know, the liberal fall guy that they have on, right?
Talking hundreds and hundreds of...
To just be like, you're woke. What do you think about this?
Just over here. The other thing, as I said, I mean, investigations are still going on. You may see victims coming forth to testify before Congress. We may see people being charged, actually, by the Department of Justice. So you cannot reveal or you cannot make public files that are still being investigated because you're compromising the investigation.
Yeah, PR spinner. Hey, Pop and Fresh, what's up?
Would do that or jeopardize. Otherwise, you're going to have to drop the charges. The other thing, as I said, the grand jury investigation, which is the foundation of our legal system, has to remain intact. And if we release those files without the court's approval, you're jeopardizing the...
He's just saying whatever the fuck he wants, right? Just yapping about. Yapping up, yapping down.
Constitutional
yapping all around town.
You're making a president. So I don't think the Justice Department is going to fall for that just because there is some public pressure.
Talking about the constitutional state of the country, you're an attorney. Are you concerned at all about the United States behaving in an extra-legal way and in terms of international law, in terms of what it's doing in Venezuela at the moment? Illegally closing airspace, illegally, without due cause, seizing ships, international ships, taking military action without any UN approval. Are you concerned that...
What's worse, Talk TV or GB News? They're both the mouthpiece of empire, so they're both terrible.
States is behaving within the bounds of international law.
Look, when we voted for President Trump, we didn't vote him to be the international president. We voted him to be the president of the United States.
So international law doesn't matter to the United States?
No, the confines of the Constitution are the significant part of our foundation. And if he violates the United States Constitution, he can be subject to impeachment in the United States. But when it comes to international law, he's not violating international law. As a matter of fact, he's enforcing the embargoes that were improved most.
Yeah, it's all just smoke and mirrors, right? Pop and Fresh. They're just like, yeah, you know, it has been legislated, so it's got to happen, but that means it's going to happen, and then, you know, it will happen, and I guess it's going to happen, maybe. Are you going to do a legal challenge to it? Yeah, it probably will. But they could just say whatever they want. They could just say whatever the fuck they want, can't they? And the hypocrisy doesn't mean anything. You know,
moved by the United Nations, which is part of the international law. But the international
the Constitution doesn't mean anything, right?
Good track record when it comes to the United States, and
it's pretty basic. It's pretty basic, Peter. You don't close another country's airspace without a good reason, without a legal reason, and they've just done it because President Trump fancies doing it.
The main definition of the job, the definition of the job of the president of the United States is to provide security for the American people. The American people, the United States right now is being threatened by Venezuela and the narco.
His own base don't like it. His own base doesn't like it.
Look, no, the base is not disapproving this. The base is not. I mean, you know, when you look at the polling that is coming out, actually, the base is still sticking with Donald Trump, and pretty much they are saying we voted for this. We want a president who will protect the United States. We lost more people because of Venezuela and Mexico in the United States last year that we lost actually during the Vietnam War. So we're losing Americans.
Whoa. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck?
The United States. We lost more people.
Hey, S70 Ghost, dude. Yeah? This isn't how Twitch works. I'm just letting you know, like, you know, coming into a stream, you're the first time chatter, you don't even fucking follow me, you're not part of the community. I'm not here to have like a Q&A with you. Yeah, I don't owe you any of my fucking time. If you like the content, if you want to find out about my political views, you can stay here. But if you just like keep like trying to ask questions and be like, do you think illegal immigrants should be allowed to stay? Like, you're just fucking annoying as fuck. Don't ask my chat either. Don't ask my chat. Don't ask my chat. Like the chat does not exist for you as like to learn if you think that people should be you know, referred to as illegal or not. Like, educate yourself. What are you fucking talking about?
Because of Venezuela and Mexico in the United States.
But I will answer your question. Every single immigrant to the UK starts off illegal, right? In this particular, I know what you're doing. I know what you believe in. I already knew what you believe in when you came in and you were like, "What's Antifa?" Like, you think you're so fucking smart, all of you cunts. You think you're so fucking smart. You are the most servile, peasant-brained dogs in the fucking universe, dog. All you do is you listen to what people say on the fucking news and you lap it up. Do you think illegal immigrants should be allowed to stay? First of all, dog, when anyone goes to somewhere, goes to a country to apply for asylum, they are automatically illegal. In the UK, this is the case. Yeah, it might not be the case in some other countries. In the UK, it is overwhelmingly the case. You cannot come here legally. There are no safe and legal routes for any migrant except for Ukrainians. Why is that? Because they're fucking white and we live in a racist fucking country. But it's not racist enough for people like you because all you want is to just be racist. You don't give a fuck if they're illegal or not. You know? They're not. I've just look. I try and take every rando in good faith. I've been doing this for too long, Morrigan. I've been doing it for too long. I can smell these cunts a mile off. Hi, what is Antifa? Where are you on the political spectrum? Shut up, man. Political spectrum in your fucking dad's ass. You know what I mean? I'm just banning the current. Like, I'm not even wasting my fucking time.
Last year that we lost actually during the Vietnam War. So we're losing Americans because
fuck you, man.
policy.
Merry fucking Christmas. People are illegal. You fucking scum. You're scum of the world. Scum of the fucking earth, you fucking racist cunt.
And bringing those lethal...
Bring that fucking shit in here, man.
And Trump is ordering them to stop it. They didn't stop it. Now they're paying a price. So the international law in this case should not apply to the United States when they are jeopardizing... these nations are jeopardizing our safety.
Peter Lumage there, attorney, businessman, Republican strategist, joining us live generously at this time of the morning, 6:45 in Connecticut. So Merry Christmas to you, Peter, and grateful for your time.
And I think, like, you know, the only way that I can make something in my content about a guy like that, right, coming in and talking about illegal immigration and shit like that, that's what you need to say to people in the real world, chat. Like, the only benefit to, like, me destroying that guy's arguments is so that you can speak to someone in the real world about this, right? If someone starts to talk to you about illegal immigration, just say to him straight away. Just say to him straight away, like, every asylum seeker that comes to the UK is illegal automatically, by default, because there are no safe and legal routes. You don't just, like, you know, apply on the website. You know, when your house is getting bombed, you don't just, like, sit there on your laptop and go, I'm going to apply to the United Kingdom for residency. And then you wait, for months for it to get looked at and approved. You got to get out of the country, bro. Fucking, you got fucking rapid support forces knocking at your door, raping your family. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the only way that we should fucking, like, talk about it. This is the only way to talk about it. You know? You're not just going to sit there and, like, fill in a form when you've got a gun to your head. When there's, like, piles of bodies outside your fucking gaff. You have to go. You have to leave. And, you know, these motherfuckers are like, do you think illegal immigrants should be allowed to stay? Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself.
Kadori, who's senior writer for political...
Anyway, I fucking skipped that bit. I clicked on the wrong thing. This is Face the Nation. Ro Khanna says Department of Justice Epstein files was a slap in the face to survivors. Look, man, Ro Khanna is part of the... Ro Khanna is part of the liberal electoral politics establishment. He's not a revolutionary. He's not going to save anyone. He has said that what is happening in Palestine is a genocide. He has said that he doesn't take money from AIPAC. He has said that he doesn't take money from any lobbying groups. He has advocated for the Epstein files to be released. He's advocated for Medicare for all. You know, he's not a bad guy. As politicians go, he's not a bad guy, but he's still part of the liberal illusion of democracy in the United States. You know. When you were going off about illegal immigration, I kind of laughed because imagine people are illegal on stolen land. Well, I mean... I mean, I'm not American, right? So, I'm not talking about, I don't know where this guy's from. Like, he's talking about British stuff, so he's probably talking about the UK. So, the only stolen land in the UK is, Wales, Ireland, and Scotland, right? So that argument doesn't really work for here. No one's convinced by logical arguments. They need to see for themselves something visceral and unjust that shakes their understanding of the world. Yeah, absolutely. Yo! Aslan, thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thanks so much for the 1312.
Merry Crimbo and all that.
Sam outside, thank you so much for the gifted subs. And we have got a hype train on the go. All right, chat, you know what time it is. We got the new hype train tune. Let's fucking go. Bring it in. Yo, Krill with another fucking 5 subs. Sam outside, thank you for the 5. Krill, thank you for the 5. Chat, you want to keep listening to tunes? Drop some subs in the chat. Drop some bits. Don't forget, this is my full-time job. So good. Such a banger. I'm so glad we found this. Hang on.
war. Listen to me. Not war. Just peace. The people United States.
Señor cobarde, no se meta con el hombre a pie.
No war. Just peace. And the people United States. Please. Please, please, please.
No a más guerras eternas. No a más guerras injustas. No más Libia, no más Afganistán. Yes, peace, yes, peace. No a más guerras eternas. No a más guerras.
Yo, network!
No más Libia, no más Afganistán.
Thank you for the 3 months.
Yes, peace. Señor cobarde, no se meta con el hombre a pie. Señor cobarde, no se meta con el hombre a pie.
There he is, chat. There he is. This is the real hype train that we all wanted. There he is. There he is. Yeah, I was getting his dreamies on the go. Okay. Yeah, there you go. You're just a little Melpert, aren't you? Eh? John Melpert. He's there. That's right. Okay. What's another hype train tune? Yo, Morrigan with a $5. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much for the $5. Let's fucking go. Yeah, this is a banger. Chat, we got 3 minutes left on the hype train. Enough for this tune. You want to keep it going? Keep subbing. Keep sending bits.
Let's go. I got a big bald head, all the better to make love. You find me in the club, fucking it up. Tuck my dick up in my legs and I tape it up. Now I look so pretty, I'm a
Mr. Tank!
I'm a cross-dressed man and I'm here to dance. I got an intro, I'm stuggling in my boot.
With the gifty. Thank you so much for the gifted sub.
I don't want to share the pain that's inside. 5'9" in my 6-inch boots. Ladies, would you like to get loose? Ladies, would you like to get wild? Ladies, would you show me that moose? Knuckle, the buckle of my belt's untied. The shade's jet black, but the mustache white. I just wanna sniff cocaine all night while I shake these thighs in the laser lights. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Come on, baby, give it to me.
Hey, Timmy, what's going on? Welcome in here from the Cinemarxism raid last night. Welcome in. How you doing, man?
Give it to me. Come on, baby, give it to me. I'm an angry man, but I'm a soft old sod. I got a couple mates and they lost the plot. Don't need a girlfriend or a stable job. I'll be sitting on the bog just hopping a wong. No need to drive, I just drop to me hands and feet. I scuttle like a beetle. When times get rough, I dust off the cocaine pack. Sniff it from an ass like a beagle.
That's such a bar. Don't need a car, I just get on my hands and feet. Scuttle like a beetle.
Hopping a wong. No need to drive, I just drop to me hands and feet. I scuttle like a beetle. When times get rough, I dust off the cocaine pack. Sniff it from an ass like a beagle.
Susie with the 5 gifted. Holy shit, thank you so much, Susie.
Pumping like a newborn cow. Robot dance while I take my shirt off. My heart's gonna explode like pow. Whoa, come on, have a bump with me. One'll be enough for me. Come on, baby, fuck with me. I got the horn and I'm giving out my love for free. One time for the ladies. Come on. One time for the men. Come on. One time for everyone in between.
Yes, you gotta love them.
Come on. One time for the ladies. Come on. One time for the men. Come on. One time for everyone
in between. Yes, you gotta love them.
Come on. 1, 2, 3 to the bastard 4. My ex-wife is a bastard whore. 5, 6 to the bastard 7. Kickers in the balls like
David Beckham.
8, 9 to the bastard 10. Picking on a crotch like a free-range hen. Raising a glass to the gays and the bis and the trans and the girls and the big bald men. You better not assume my pronouns. You ain't got a clue what I feel inside. Shake my ass while I play Beyonce. You wanna come fuck me, then get in line. I'm a top shelf piece of ass. Don't touch what you can't afford. If I spin that pole, better give me cash and then I clap them cheeks and I'm out the door.
That's it.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
That's it.
Give it to me. Come on, baby, give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Come on, baby, give it to me. One time for the ladies. Come on. One time time for the men.
Hey, Vod, what's up?
One time for everyone in between. Yes, you gotta love them. One time for the ladies. One time for the men. One time for everyone in between. Yes, you gotta love them.
All right, chat. Finishing it with a classic. An actual classic. We got 3 minutes left. Oh shit.
I was born in the Dublin street where the loyal runs do beat, and the modelling English people walked all over us. And every single night when they tell would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lake.
Set a new record on the hype train. 2 minutes 18 to go. One of the vendors at the Ren Fair last week was playing this song in their tent. Sounds like a good person to make friends with.
Come tell us how you slew them all Arabs 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had knives, bows, and arrows.
He's in a box.
With your 16.
It's true.
And you frightened all the natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the
Chick Fade Ola.
run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Gilshandar. Let us hear you tell how you stand the brave Parnell and taught them well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the
Look at this absolute beg chat.
from the green and lovely lakes of Gilshandar.
He was like, come on, mate. Come on, mate. I was getting biccos before. What's happening?
Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch all with the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch all with the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Oh, come out, you pretty son.
Anonymous.
Show your wife how you won medals up in dead.
As Marcus says, thank you so much, Mum.
You murdered 16.
Thanks, Mum.
You do the same again. So get out of here and take your blood.
Thank you so much for gifting 5.
Black and tans, come out and
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Level 6 complete. Holy shit.
Flanders.
Okay, it's just going to do the emote every time for every gifted sub. Thank you, Streamlabs. You're so good. You're such a good website.
How the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Gilshandar. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Gilshandar.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Hell yeah, dog. Hell yeah. Okay, one more tune. One more tune, unless the hype train continues. It very well could be. Let's take a little look. You know which one I want. You know which one I want. We had the metal version before, but we need the hype dance version. Yeah.
Not war, just peace.
That's
forever,
it.
Forever, forever.
That's it.
Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos, no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica. No.
Sing along, chat. You know it by now.
Just peace. No a la guerra loca. No crazy. No crazy girl. No. 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 ¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Listen to me. Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace forever. Peace forever. Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado.
Peace forever.
Sería sí paz, sí paz.
Sí paz.
Sí paz.
Paz. Paz.
Sí paz, paz, paz. Sí paz, paz, paz.
Hey, what's up, Carnos?
Not war, just peace. The people United States. De parte de the people Bolivarian Republic. I do want. I do want. Peace forever.
Peace forever. Peace forever, chat. Yeah, go on then. Looks like this is going to be the last one. 1 minute 30 to go, chat, on the hype train. You want to keep it going? You want to keep listening to more tunes? Get subbing, get gifting, send those bits through. Johnny with the 5 gifted. Just taking us up to 85%. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Enjoy your ad previewing and your emotes, everybody. Thank you very much. God, this is such a banger. Holy shit, chat. Not long until Zoran's communist utopia of New York City. Oh, don't get Zoran as a tattoo. Definitely don't. That's a bad shout. Alright, that's the hype train done. Hell yeah. And we kept YouTube for that one because it was mostly tunes that aren't going to get me clapped. Yeah, great job, chat. Great fucking job. Thank you very much. Thank you for supporting me. Just running through all the rest of it. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Where did it start? Where did it start? Okay. Sam Outside with the 5 gifted. Thank you very much. Krill with the 5 gifted. Network with the resub. Mr. Dank with the gifted. Susie with the 5 gifted. Sam with another 5 gifted. Steph with 5 gifted. Mimum with 5 gifted, aka anonymous gifter. And Johnny with another 5 gifted. Thank you so much, everybody. People's Republic in New York. Yeah, we've also smashed the fucking sub goal, chat. Thank you so much for supporting me this month. That means we've only got the dono goal to go. And that means that I'm going to be able to afford my food, my bills, my rent. Great way to end the year with the last month of the year of streams. It's not really been a full year of streams. I only came back around May. So about 6 months of streams. But, you know, half of the year. Okay, so that means that we can get rid of the sub goal. And all we need is another... what is that? Chat, help me do maths. 22 £122. £122 is what it is. Okay, yeah, got there in the end. Fucking hell, man. In order to hit the dono goal. And that means that if we hit the dono goal, we will be doing the Chat Louvre on the New Year's Eve stream, which I will be doing a New Year's Eve stream. I'll be doing it. I'm going to be streaming this whole Christmas period. So, you know, if you're not doing anything on Christmas Day, I know a lot of people here are not exactly Christian or don't celebrate Christmas or whatever. Or even if you just chilling and you want to do something in the evening on Christmas that doesn't involve knocking around with your family and that, or if you don't have family to knock around with, I'll be here, I'll be live, and we'll be doing a whole bunch of mad shit, just having a look at some fun stuff, you know. Hopefully there won't be anything like politically pressing on Christmas Day. Can't guarantee it though. But yeah, I will be doing a New Year's Eve stream as well, and I imagine that will be very fun. We're gonna have the Chat Louvre if we hit the dono goal. So yeah, £121.26 via donos, and that means like what? If 6 people donate £20, we'll get there immediately. Is that how that works? 6 people donating £20 each, or 12 people donating £10? Yes. Or 24 people donating £5. Is that right? Is that the maths? I don't know. Yeah, I could never promise nothing politically important in this day and age. Yeah, it's absolutely mad. One of the maddest times to be a political commentator on Twitch and YouTube, but here we go. All right, let's get back to this shit. We were covering the Epstein file stuff for people who came in during the hype train. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, something to talk about. I don't think it's necessary. But, you know, we got the cat cam unlocked, so it's going to be a lot more... It's just going to be a lot more bearable now, isn't it? You know? Christmas Day, Jesus descends from heaven and proceeds to beat Donald Trump to death with his own cross. That would be something worthy of reporting, wouldn't it? Apparently the tanker from Venezuela is docked near Texas now. Oh boy. Oh boy. He is extremely cute, and he's been being even more cuter recently, and I think it's because he knows that I've been sad over the last couple of months. And he's not a very cuddly boy. If you've been in Struggle 4 stream, if you've been in Marcus's stream, and he talks about Winston, and like Winston is like not a very like cuddly cat, but he will just like to be in the room with you. That's what he's like. That's what he's like. And he actually loves being in his little tree again now, don't you, mate? And every now and then when he's there, he'll just do this little like, and what that means is, please, can I have a stroke? Yeah, that's right. I did the noise that you do. Yes, it's very tiring, isn't it? Yes. Oh, you. Okay, all right.
So far, there have been few surprises in the tens of thousands of documents related to the case against convicted sex offenders. As
I was saying, presenting this particular thing, this is CBS, Face the Nation. So CBS, not even ran by a proper journalist. Barry Rice is not a proper journalist, as we're going to get into later on. She is just a person who did commentary on, various different things, including the more Palestinian children should be killed, more people who protest on college campuses for the liberation of Palestine should be arrested and thrown away or deported to countries that they're not even from. She is just related to people, right? She's someone who's failed upwards, and she's a horrible, horrible person. So CBS, that's who runs CBS. It's good stuff, isn't it? And yeah, Oh, the boy has left us. Okay, well, hopefully he'll be back. Just as I was getting into the deep shit, he was like, yeah, fuck this, bro. I don't want to hear about Barry Rice. But anyway, yeah, that's who is in charge of CBS. She doesn't own it, of course. It's, who is it, Larry Summers? Do we watch the leaked 60 Minutes bit on stream? I was thinking about doing that, yeah, but we're not on that bit just yet. So later on, I'm sure we'll be watching that. But we'll be talking about Barry Weiss a bit more later, because hopefully I'm going to cover that before the end of the stream today as well. Yeah, so Face the Nation, it's CBS, so you got to remember that that's where it's coming from in terms of, how critical it's going to be of any kind of political establishment. It's not going to be very good. It's not even run by a proper journalist. The editor is not, being an editor is a journalistic position. Like, you should have some credentials of journalism when you're an editor, but she doesn't. So, that's good, isn't it? Let's take a look at this.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, Larry Ellison, not Larry Summers. Sorry, it's because that fucking guy was talking about Larry Summers earlier.
And his partner, convicted child sex offender Ghislaine Maxwell. The Justice Department says that 1,200 names identified as victims or their relatives were redacted.
These are the craziest fucking files, man. Masseuses. And, I don't mean because of the redactions. These are the only files that make sense to be redacted in the things that the administration was talking about. The administration was talking about pretending to care about, but that, I'm not doing bunny ears for that, but they were pretending to care about victims' anonymity. And so with that in mind, these redactions are the only thing that makes sense, because of course, what did Jeffrey Epstein like to do? He liked young girls, kids, teenagers to massage him while he jacked off. That was the whole thing. That was what he liked. And so masseuses are going to be the names of those girls, essentially. These are people that he had on the roster. He had them in his Rolodex. So this is the only one. But it's just the reason that it's ridiculous and the reason that it's fucking insane. It's just look how many there are, dude. Look how many. When I was talking before about the 1,200 kids that this guy ruined the lives of. And you got to remember, a lot of these kids, when they grew up, they killed themselves because they were so terrified these rich and powerful men would kill them anyway. And there's some news that came out today that says that might even be the case. So let's
along with
let's continue.
That could result in their identification. Will the release of the documents satisfy Congress and the political forces who lobbied for their disclosure? And much more importantly, will it satisfy the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and their families? The two House members who pushed their colleagues into passing the bill to release these documents, Republican Thomas Massie, who's in Garrison, Kentucky, and Democrat Ro Khanna, who joins us this morning from Palo Alto, California. It's good to have both of you here. I want to start with you, Congressman Massie, because in these past 48 hours, we have seen the Justice Department acknowledge it's an incomplete release, but they have put out more than 13,000 files. They say more will come. This isn't everything you asked for just yet, but would you acknowledge that they are complying with the spirit, if not...
Yeah, this is the spirit of doing things, right? It's the it's the gesture that counts, right?
No, they're flouting the spirit and the letter of the law. It's very troubling, the posture that they've taken. And I won't be satisfied until the survivors are satisfied. I said in the hours leading up to this release that we will know if they are complying if they implicate any of the other criminals that are involved and the suspects that are involved, that the witnesses, the victims themselves have given to the FBI, and they've never been mentioned.
Well, there are some disclosures in here.
The Epstein suicide note is doing the rounds as well, where he thought he wrote, he and President Trump shared a passion for helping young girls. Yeah.
Anna, the documents confirm that the FBI received a complaint about Jeffrey Epstein back in 1990.
Does it matter if Epstein killed himself or not? Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. I'm curious if any of the victims really care about that rather than the files themselves. I'm absolutely certain that they do. Because, the victims of Jeffrey Epstein are not just the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. He had a pedophile island where pedophiles went to do pedophilia together. So they are going to see Epstein as the scapegoat in this regard if it is just the narrative that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, when it is so clear that him testifying could have threatened a lot of very powerful people.
But the woman whose name is Maria Farmer, who made that complaint, said federal officials failed to follow up. She said the disclosure makes her feel redeemed and that this was one of the best days of her life to see these documents made public. What action do you want taken around a case like this?
Yeah, these buckets of red flowers are crazy. What is this set? It's absolutely mad. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like,
Complaint said federal officials failed to follow up. She said the disclosure makes her feel redeemed.
The Christmas thing?
And that this was one of the
Never
best
heard
days
anything
of her
like
life
it.
to see these documents made
Poinsettias.
public. What
Christmas
action do you want
flowers.
taken around a case like this?
That was the single most important disclosure of what we got. I know Maria's sister. She sounded the alarm in 1996. She complained to the FBI.
Well, today I learned.
The problem is that Epstein was so connected with law enforcement and powerful politicians, the FBI did nothing for a decade. Frankly, she deserves compensation. She deserves an explanation. But the broader point is, Blanche was on this morning saying that Massey and I
big
have a
thing in
problem,
Canada.
that it's taking too long. That's not the problem. The problem is this was a slap in the face of survivors. What do they want? They want to know who are the rich and powerful men who visited Epstein's rape island and covered up the abuse. And the key documents that are...
Yeah, that's the like Ro Khanna is saying that here. It's like, yeah, the victims want to know who visited the island, who was there. Because anyone who went... I mean, and that's the thing that you got to remember as well, chat. Anyone who went there knew that what was going on. There's no way that they did not know. There's just no way. Like, who was the guy who said that he went there and he just, like, didn't really know what was going on? He just, like, liked the dinners or some shit like that. I can't remember who the fuck it was that said that, but, like, his line was, like, yeah, I just kind of went there and I just really enjoyed the dinners and the parties. And it's like, you're telling me that they didn't have fucking kids at those parties. You know, I don't even want to, like, think about the fucking depravity, but, you know... You're telling me that it just like, no, they just did all that in like a secret room. Come on, man. Why was it on a fucking island? Are you kidding me, dog?
Law basically said needed to be released. A 60-count indictment that actually...
Anyone who went there and obviously knew that it was happening and chose to do nothing is completely complicit in what happened there. You know what I mean? And is also complicit in making it acceptable in our society for rich people to just be allowed to do this and escape justice, right? Because it's the bigger thing. It's like, yeah, you know, the victims want justice, but also we as the proletariat deserve to not have people ruling us who are so obsessed with power that they're like, yeah, we're just gonna do like a pedophile cabal. You know what I mean?
People and the prosecution memo were not released. It's not about the timeline. It's about the selective concealment.
Well, yet, right? The Deputy Attorney General said there are more disclosures that will be made. You believe that they will not release that particular part? I mean, you did give them some leeway for redactions.
Well, first of all, the redactions were excessive, and even Harvard law professors who have looked at that have said you can't redact internal communications, you can't redact workforce product, and the courts are going to find that these were excessive. But my point...
And here's the other thing as well. When they talk about protecting survivors, when they talk about protecting victims and their identities, if these files are released, it is on journalists to do that as well. Right? Do you know what I mean? If it's like, if it turns out that like you know, oh shit, we forgot to redact this one person's name or whatever, the journalist who gets hold of that shows it to the public should think about that. Think about what is actually in there as well. There's just so many levels of like trying to escape accountability here. It's just absolutely bizarre. It's such a fucking circus, honestly.
I'm sure Congressman Massey...
Hey, Monkeys Beauty. Yeah, I went to a billionaire's private island and didn't find it suspicious that it was all incredibly wealthy, powerful people and just like a bunch of minors around who weren't the people's kids, right?
Elaborate.
It's just like, I just don't fucking believe it, man. I just don't believe it.
The files out. So if our sounding the alarm on what is missing is going to help them get those files out, fine. But this shouldn't be a big document up. There's a pretty simple point. Who raped these young girls? Who covered it up? And why are they getting away with it?
So you're saying specific things regarding the indictment. Congressman Massey, I saw in a video that you posted, you had a very specific benchmark of success here. You said there are at least 20 men accused of sex crimes known to the FBI. How do you know that number, and do you know those names?
Yeah, the survivors' lawyers have told me those numbers, and they've described their professions. And
I mean, that's a crazy thing for CBS to be saying. How do you know? How do you know? Bro, like, say what you want about Thomas Massey. He's a fucking weirdo. He's a libertarian fucking weirdo. But, he's got his head screwed on when it comes to this particular subject. And particularly, these guys, like Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, I think represent the very last dregs of people who really value some kind of accountability in government. And I'm sure that they believe in the lie of democracy in the United States. I'm sure that they do. I'm sure they're completely libbed up in that regard. You know what I mean? But they're talking to the victims all the time. They're talking to the victims' lawyers all the time. And yeah, they're going to know about this shit. Even if the lawyers don't tell them the names, the lawyers are going to be like, yeah, listen, like there's a lot of people implicated in this. There's like 20 people. And they're already on the FBI watch list. You know what I mean?
In general, but they've only given me one of those names.
Makes me feel awful for the victims. This shit keeps getting extended and extended, so the trauma never ends. Yeah, it's horrible.
I didn't see Judge Staley's name, nor did I see 19 other names. And here's why we shouldn't be optimistic that Blanche or Bondi are going to release these things. They sent a 6-page memo to Congress and said they cited pre-existing laws as reasons that they weren't going to follow our law. For instance, our law requires them to release information regardless of embarrassment, but they are trying to say that a previous law prevails when it doesn't. Common sense says it doesn't. The privacy...
Okay, I don't think the boy's coming back, chat. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I think he's more focused on making sure that the bed smells of him today because I changed the bed.
Act doesn't protect them from that. And then also, as Rose said, internal communications, they're using a FOIA standard that doesn't apply because our law already says they have to give us internal communications.
In terms of the gentleman there you referenced as accused, I mean, being in the document doesn't necessarily prove criminal behavior, right? And in terms of the redactions...
CBS is just a mouthpiece for Trump now, huh? Like, why would a journalist be saying this? It's not up to you to say something like that. Like, yeah, you can push back on something that you've heard that is like, that you think is beyond the pale or is not based in fact or whatever, but it's like, you're just doing the Trump line. You're like, yeah, just because someone's named in the files doesn't mean that they were implicated. It's like, damn, I wonder who is named in the files who's worried about being seen as implicated. I wonder who that is, man.
What the Deputy Attorney General said is that they were abiding by...
What the Deputy Attorney General said is... This is just like, hey, Israel said... Yeah, Turning Point CNN. Well, Turning Point CBS. What Israel said, what Benjamin Netanyahu said...
law, and also a judge in New York had ordered them to listen to victims. So they're claiming that information that they had initially even published Friday, they had to pull down because they were trying to protect victims. You don't sound convinced that they are abiding by this intent.
No, they are not abiding, and all 3 judges who released the grand jury material said that our law trumps the prior law. That's just common sense, Law School 101. Yet Todd Blanche is using a different theory that wouldn't survive first contact with any court, which is he's trying to say that prior laws override our law. That's not the way this works.
Okay, what are you going to do about it to force them to comply? I mean, can you do anything?
Oh, absolutely. Look, people have talked about, and by the way, Todd Blanche is the face of this, but it's really the Attorney General's office, Pam Bondi, who is responsible. And there are several ways to get at this. Some take longer, some are shorter.
Let's see what Todd Blanche said after this, chat. This is on NBC. Yes, that was the one good question that she asked. Can you do anything about it? The question is probably not. The answer is probably not. Let's listen to what Todd Blanche had to say. You know, and this is 2 days after this, that particular video. This was like 2 days ago.
Redactions, which you raised, the Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
That's so good. It's so good that that's the way he said that. Absolutely, positively, superfragicalistically not. Absolutely, definitely, billion, jillion, squillion % not.
And that's another trend that is just simply false. There were a number of photographs that were pulled down after being released on Friday. That's because a judge in New York has ordered us to listen to any victim or victim rights group if they have any concerns about the material that we're putting up.
And it's disgusting, right? It's totally disgusting that victims are always the low-hanging fruit for conversations like this. It's like, oh, it's what the victims wanted. This is what the victims wanted, and no one's platforming the victims. It's so rare that we actually get to hear what the victims want. I think the last time that we heard what the victims want, they were stood with Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, fucking like outside Congress or some shit, and it was a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, that was the last time that I saw him. Yeah, what's uploaded to the internet stays on the internet. This is the thing. Like, it shows incompetence as well if this is the argument that they're falling back on. They're saying, oh, well, you know, we uploaded some stuff to the internet, and then the victims were like, no, please don't do that. So we went, oh, sorry, but it's too late. It's too late at that point.
So when we hear concerns, whether it's photographs of women that we do not believe are victims or we didn't have information to show that they were victims, but we learned that there are concerns, of course we're taking that photograph down.
Yeah, but there were also pictures of Trump in those pictures that you took down. There's lots of pictures of girls. There's lots of pictures of young girls in these files, and they have their faces covered. So, you know, why did you take the ones down that have Trump's face in them?
And we're going to address it if we need to redact faces or other information.
It's just so like...
And then we'll put it back up. So we are in every way, shape, and form complying with the statute, which, by the way, is what President Trump has been asking us to do since before he was elected.
He wants this. He wants this. He really wants to. Give me a break, man. Give us a break. At what point does every normal person look at this and just go, oh, wow, the people in charge are fucking evil pieces of shit who were just lying to us all the time. They're lying to our faces. We shouldn't believe a fucking word that they say. Right? And this is something that you can say to like your racist relatives this Christmas, chat. They start talking about illegal immigrants. You just say to them straight away, sounded a bit like Donald Trump there, Dad. What's that? You care about illegal immigrants? I know someone else who cares about illegal immigrants. Overrunning the country. It's the pedophile president of the United States. That's what I did to my aunt. Yeah, no, this is the only way, right? Sounds like you're worried about immigrants. I know somebody else. Who's worried about immigrants. Turns out he's one of the most prolific pedophiles in the world. You know. The reason for this whole shit show of redacting the whole thing is that politicians and donors from both sides of the aisle are nonsense. Yeah. Well, I mean, I would argue that it's also because of incompetency from the fucking staffers. And also incompetency from the administration. And I think that, like, you know, they just rushed it out, you know? You worried about immigrants? Let me check your hard drive. I think that that's just the line that we stick with now, innit? Do you know what I mean? You care about immigrants? Right, okay, you're probably a pedo. You worried about immigrants taking your job? Okay, that probably means you're a pedo. And again, you know, it kind of stands to reason. Even logically, it makes sense. Because, especially in the UK, because a lot of the people who say, like, immigrants coming here, taking our jobs, what they talk about is grooming gangs, right? But grooming gangs only represent like a minority of the pedophiles in the UK. So it's like, oh, you're actually a pedophile because all you want is the brown pedophiles to be taken away so that the white pedophiles can be pedophiles. So that you can have more children to pedophile. You know what I mean? All women have been molested in the US. I believe it. I believe that the overwhelming majority of women in the USA have had some kind of assault, even when they were kids. I believe it. It's what patriarchy, you know, does to women, does to girls. 2016 to 2020, every time something bad happens, the liberals were like, we got him. Could anyone have predicted that at that point, what was actually going to bring down Trump? Yeah, no, it's crazy, right? It's so crazy. It's so crazy that they thought that they could just impeach him. Every single woman I know, my two younger sisters, my mom, my grandma, all my aunts, they all have a story. Yep. Absolutely.
And even though there's repeated attempts by Democrats to...
Every woman in my family, every girl in my family as well.
It's failing over and over again. And so you should not be surprised that the material that we released on Friday or the material that we're going to release over the next couple of weeks is exactly what the statute requires us to release, which is everything that we have from this case, with the exception of
oh no, yeah, it's everywhere.
Personal information from victims and other statutes, you know, privileges and things like that. Otherwise, everything's getting produced.
Mr. Blanchard, I want to follow up with you on what you just said. You were referencing the 15 files released Friday. They disappeared from DOJ's website yesterday, including this photo of what looks like a desk with a drawer open containing photos of Donald Trump. Just to be very clear, to put a fine point on it, why were these files taken down?
Hey Nappers, how's it going? Being AFAB, I feel like I've done something wrong for not having a story, and that says a lot about society. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Well, you can see in that photo, there's photographs of women. And so we learned after releasing that photograph that there were concerns about those women.
I think the solution is other men need to step the fuck up and not allow this shit to happen. We're curating and raising a culture of weirdos. I mean... okay, look, I spoke about this before. I'm a victim of pedophilia. I was abused twice when I was a kid by two separate people, and I've thought long and hard about how do we stop pedophilia. And I'm going to be honest, it's publicly funded programs that teach kids about consent and sex. That's what it is. It's publicly funded programs that teach kids properly about sex, consent, rape, pedophilia, and it doesn't shy away from explaining that stuff just because they're young. Because genuinely, the thing that would have made me realize what was happening to me was pedophilia and rape, right? Is if I knew what consent was. If I knew that there was no way for me to really understand what I was getting myself into, no matter how much I thought I did at the time. Right? Because a lot of people, a lot of victims, you know, it's not as simple as, oh, it's horrible and it's violent and I really didn't like it or whatever. Some people like the abuse. No, they don't like the abuse. The thing that is happening to them at the time, they think it's good and it's like, oh, it feels good and it's great. And then you look later on, you're like, no, I would have never fucked that person. I would have never let that person do that to me. Do you know what I mean? It's not as simple as people make out, and that's why it really frustrates me when I hear people say things like, oh, I'm not going to talk about the Epstein stuff. It's like, no, there are fucking conversations that we need to happen. There are conversations that we need to fucking have. And it fucking sucks that it's always the victims of pedophilia that have to talk about these things that make people uncomfortable. They go, oh, I don't know. Oh, what you just said makes me icky. Oh, you just said that like people like the abuse and stuff. And it's like, no, it's not as simple as that. I'm not saying it's that, and I'm not saying it's this. It's like, it's confusing and it's weird and it's fucked up and it, you know. There's all kinds of things that people just like don't want to talk about, and it's like a thought terminating exercise to just be like, oh, don't talk about it like that. Don't talk about it like that. And it just fucks up victims even more, because it's like, well, what can we talk about, man? When are we going to get to talk about? Sometimes you just don't know it's happening. Exactly. That's the whole fucking thing. You know, when people say, I think that like, I do agree with what you're saying to me, right? But I think that the problem is that if we have this narrative of like, men need to step up and not allow this shit to happen, I just don't like, I just don't think that it's men that do it, right? It's men that do it. It's men that do it. I think that men need to stop doing it. We need to create, someone said this to me, I can't remember, I think it's feminist theory, I think it's a feminist theorist, I can't remember her name. We need to make the idea of raping someone the same as how we think about people doing cannibalism. Right? That's what we need to do. I was a baby. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear it, Susie. That's the thing. And people don't want to, you know, people saying shit like that are just like, they're always said, oh my God, trauma dump, this, that, and the other. And it's like, hey man, we have a societal problem. Like a societal problem. You know? Yeah, do you know how easy it is to just not rape someone? Right, exactly, yes. Exactly. Patriarchy is the problem. Patriarchy is the problem. And again, this is why I was talking earlier about the fact that we need to be talking about this through a lens of understanding pedophilia, understanding what we do to stop pedophilia, understanding that there's pedophilia that happens amongst working class people, and there's pedophilia that happens because powerful men are able to do it more, right? Do you know what I mean? It's all part of the same stuff. But like, you know, we talk about reducing harm. How do you reduce harm? Well, you stop the most and the worst of it from happening, right? And that's kind of it. Like the societal problems where it's like there are loads of people in this world who do these things. There are loads of men who rape. There are even women who rape. There are you know, women who do pedophilia. There's men who do pedophilia, etc., etc., etc. Like the societal changes that need to happen, I think, are very important. But I think that comes with a newer and better system. Genuinely, like I think that if we don't change capitalism, I think that this kind of thing will just continue to happen, and that's because capitalism is not interested in making the proles learn about pedophilia and how bad it is, or misogyny and how bad it is, because capitalists love to do that stuff. You know? I won't defend my men need to step up comment. It was pretty dumb for me to say off the cuff without considering what it means. I don't think you need to beat yourself up about it, Timmy. I don't think it was like a horrible, terrible thing to say. I do understand that, like, where people are coming from. I think that the issue with that is that, like, there are already these guys out here, right? Like pedophile hunters. You seeing that shit? There's all this stuff about fucking guys who, like, you know, they jailbait someone. Like, they pretend to be like an underage, like they pretend to be a kid online, and they meet a guy and they film him and they say, oh, I'm reporting you to the police and stuff like that. But nothing happens because he's not committed a crime, because they're not actually speaking to a kid. Do you know what I mean? So, like, these guys will be like, we're going to report you to the police. They report them to the fucking police, and then nothing happens. So, you know, when you ask men to step up, it's like, that's what happens. you get people who, like, make YouTube channels, make a load of money doing it and stuff, you know? And I'm not, but now I'm thinking about it more. I get why that's dumb. Yeah. Like, that's the whole thing, right? It's like, you know, we have to think about structurally, how do we stop the people in power from making this a societal thing? Because again, the reason that this happens so often is because capitalism is upheld by patriarchy, which demands subservience from women and children. And that children are commodified, women are commodified, and that's the system that we have to change. Do you know what I mean? Like, the people who are doing the most harm, it's concentrated at the top. The same with everything. You know what I mean? And I think that, like, that's where we could get lost in the weed quite a lot as leftists, because it's like, you might hear, like, your comrade at work in the union or something say something a bit off color, and you're like, we got to get that guy out of the union. It's over. Like, fuck him. Get him off. Get rid of him. And then people will go on a crusade on about that and just, like, destroy a fucking organization. And it's like, dog, what are we doing? Like, the police rape so many women. What are you talking about? Like, I think the thing that men need to do, if we're talking about men stepping up and doing stuff, I think that men need to get into anti-rape activism. And what that means is, it's a number of things. And I think that it starts with, and this is not just me saying it, this is me having spoken to my good friend who's a lesbian who's on Greenham Common, who has done 50 years of conflict resolution in leftist organizations, including sexual violence. She told me that anti-rape activism is a number of things. One of the aspects of that is actually men going into prisons and speaking to other men who've raped people and being like, what are you going to do to change to make sure you don't rape someone again? Right? And this is not just like, because, there's people who've been put in prison, working class people get put in prison, and sometimes the state just doesn't care and they'll just be like, make stuff up and put people inside. But there are people inside who are like, yeah, I've raped someone and I need to do my time. And it's like, it's super important to think about that as an aspect of it. And I think the other thing that we have to think about is, like, actual campaigns of going, like, protesting the police, demanding change from the police. I think that people don't even think about that stuff. They're just like, oh, you can't make the police change. It's like, yeah, we can. What are you talking about? We can do anything. We're the working class. If there's enough of us, there's way more of us than there are cops. There just are. That's just factually true. Hey, Lesbian Hot Sauce, how you doing? Welcome in. Everybody go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. She's a great streamer. So yeah, it's thinking about that. Like, how do we get change to happen? It's stuff like that. Like, where is the worst of the rot? It's in the cops. It's in the corporations. It's people who earn a lot of money. Politicians as well. If you're locally organized, you can own an entire city council. If you own the entire city council, you can control pretty much everything that happens in the city. Is the way to get shit done. Dictatorship of the proletariat. Yeah. I could swat away 1 or 2 bees, but if I see a mob of bees, you could bet your ass I'm fucking legging it. Do you know who else uses that analogy? Palestinian resistance fighters, referring to Israel as a lion and them as a swarm of mosquitoes. And that's the fact, right? That's the facts. How do we even get education to happen? Well, what needs to happen is a public program about educating people about pedophilia and rape, right? As I said, it's that kind of a program to happen. How do you get that program to happen? Well, you need a better leadership in your country, and that leadership has to be woman led. It has to be inspired by feminist theory. It has to be informed by material analysis of how these things happen and shit like that. No, we're not voting our way out of this shit. We're not doing that. That's not how it works. The liberal democracy that we live in the imperial core is fake. It's rubbish. It's not democracy. You have to organize. You have to build power. Why do men even want to do this? So it's about power, isn't it? It's about power and domination and control. And I don't know much about, like, the psychology behind rape or anything like that. Other than it is about people who are, you know, if we're talking about working class people who rape is normalized in our society because of the patriarchy and, yes, domination and humiliation. Like, if you think about it in like a really, really basic sense, like if you think about like a 50s husband, right? If you were married to someone in the 50s, it was just very likely that you were going to be raped, right? It was just very likely you were going to be beaten up, you were going to be raped, right? And if you think about it in that like very basic terms, it's like the working class guy goes to the factory, gets humiliated and subjugated by his boss all day, comes home, takes that anger out on the wife, right? That's you know, it's the way in which capitalism tells men, oh, you don't like how you're being treated, don't worry, it's okay, because you can treat your wife and kids like that, right? You can treat your wife and kids like that. You can treat any woman like that. That's the basic understanding of it. There's obviously nuance to it. There's obviously loads of different elements to it. And then on top of that, why people in power do it is because they need to maintain that hegemony of patriarchy, right? It's like, we're the bosses of this stuff. We've gotten here because of how we've treated women. And kids, and we're just going to keep doing it. You know? The thing I've learned in the last year is that people on the left who are online do not want to be asked to do more than voting and arguing online. It's a huge problem. Yeah, you're going to enjoy my community, Timmy. Yeah, I'm an experienced organizer, and organizing is how we build power. Yeah, it's just really important. It's just really important to know that, like, there is a way out of this. The way to stop it is to organize. And yeah, and I think that men do have an individual responsibility, obviously, to think about these things and think about how we treat women. Because it's not just about like, yes, who said it? Nap taker. It's really easy to not rape a person, right? It's really easy to not rape a person, but we need to do more than just that. We need to actually think about. We need to actually think about how we can treat women better just in our day-to-day lives and do things like our own share of reproductive labor. You know what I mean? If you're at a meeting and you've got food, at a leftist organization meeting, you're going to have food, right? Hopefully. If you don't have food, I think that's the first thing you need to sort out. Pay attention to who does the dishes at your org, who cleans up, who puts the trash away, who cleans up the room afterwards. If it's women, particularly trans women as well, it's always trans women that get left with the disgusting jobs, like fucking taking the trash out and stuff. You gotta stop that. You gotta nip it in the bud. If you have any kind of like ability or power in the meeting to talk about it, just raise a little point, any other business at the end of the meeting. Hi, yeah, I just think it's important. I think everyone who is a man, a cis man, particularly a white cis man, I think that you should make an effort to do the dishes. I just think that we, you know, especially if you're a white cis man, you saying that is going to have a lot of power. That's a way that men can step up. You know what I mean? It's what I used to do at all the meetings in the tenants union that I was the chair of. Because yeah, you just got to remember that. You just got to remember that. There's loads of stuff that we can do.
And the fact that we had put that photo up. So we pulled that photo down. It has nothing to do with President Trump. There are dozens of photos of President Trump already released to the public, seeing him with Mr. Epstein. He has said that in the 90s and early 2000s...
My Trump has got nothing to do with it shirt is already answering a load of questions. Is raising a lot of questions already answered by my Trump hasn't done anything shirt.
He socialized.
Did I say that right?
So the absurdity...
My Trump shirt. My Trump hasn't done anything shirt. You get the joke.
Because President Trump was in it is laughable. And the fact that everybody's trying to act like that's the case.
Everybody in the 2000s socialized with him, chat. You got to remember, even your dad, he was going over to the Epstein Island all the time, wasn't he?
Is a reflection of their true motivation. But the reality is anybody, any victim, any victim's lawyers, any victim rights group can reach out to us and say, hey, Department of Justice, there's a document, there's a photo, there's something within the Epstein files that identifies me, and we will then, of course, pull that off and
I don't believe it for a second, buddy. I don't believe it for a second.
Investigate it.
Are you saying that one or more
Hey, that dude, Zoo.
women in one of the photos or several of the photos is a victim or a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein, and that's why you took the
Nice, Steph.
down? And will they be put back up?
Thanks for being here, Queen.
No, that's not what I'm saying. We, of course, if we knew that, if we believed that photograph contained a survivor, we wouldn't have put it up in the first place without redacting the face.
I'm just going to go to the toilet, chat. Back a sec.
Notwithstanding what we believe, we don't have perfect information. And so when we hear from victims' rights groups about this type of photograph, we pull it down and investigate. We're still investigating that photo. The photo will go back up, and the only question is whether there will be redactions on the photo. And of course, if there are survivors in any of the photos, we will redact them as Congress expects us to do, as President Trump expects us to do, and as the Attorney General and Director Patel have directed the department to do.
Okay, let's delve more deeply into the redactions. Is any information about President Trump redacted in any of the files that have or will be released?
No. Not unless it's supposed to be redacted under the law, which means victim information or any sort of privilege, like attorney-client privilege. But I have no reason to believe that the lawyers that were working on this case were talking about President Trump, because he had nothing to do with the Epstein files. He had nothing to do with the horrific crimes that Mr. Epstein committed. And so I don't expect there will be anything redacted. But the short answer is we are not redacting information around President Trump, around any other individual involved with Mr. Epstein. And that narrative, which is not based on fact at all, is completely false.
I don't think anything you said is wrong. I must add that sexual violence predates capitalism, and therefore it really is on men to also change behavior. Whilst we now exist in capitalism and women do need to co-own the economy directly, there is the superstructure, and that's how men talk to one another about women and whether they listen to women. Oh, no, absolutely. No, I think I that's what I was trying to say. Like, there is, yes, like, you have to think about... It's way more stuff. It's way more stuff than just don't rape a person or don't, beat a woman up, right? It's like, think about how you speak to people in meetings. Like, again, like bringing it back to the leftist meeting, if you're having like the leftist meeting and once you're conscious of this, you will see it everywhere. Right? Once you're conscious of this, you will see it everywhere. I used to see it all the time. And it was always older men that did this. When women were... we used to do a thing in the meetings, GMTU, right? Put your hand up. If you have a point, the chair is supposed to see who's put the hand up who wants to speak and note it down who's speaking in what order, right? And you can get like an app to help you with this, and it's really good. But you can do it if you have like a super powerful brain, just like me, in your brain. So people would put their hands up and it would be like, right, okay. But then often the people who would interrupt the most would be older men when women are talking. So a woman, comrade, would be, or just like a non-man, like an NB, would be talking, and the most interruptions would just come at that point when it's by a man. And like, I would have to say, I brought it up like a number of times at the start of a meeting, just being like, hello guys, and I'm talking specifically to the men here. Let's think about hearing women. Let's think about letting women speak in this meeting today. Let's make sure that we're not talking over women. We're not interrupting. We shouldn't be interrupting each other anyway, but it happens overwhelmingly to women. So let's not do that today. And I had to bring it up constantly. But you should be prepared to do that if you're a man. And I think that that's the right way to do things. And I think that another thing as well is that, like, if you get accused of being a misogynist, it's like being accused of being a racist. Like you don't need to be like, no, I'm not. Like, you just go, shit, man. When was I a misogynist? When was I racist? Like, And ideally, the person saying that to you will say, oh, it's when you did this. And then you can look at that, and then you can speak to someone and go, okay, do you think that this, speak to another person and just be like, just want to get a second opinion on this. Do you think this was racist? Do you think this was misogynist? And they might go, yeah, they might go, no, but like, you should just think about it, right? And it's as simple as that, And I'm not going to sit here and say that there are people out there who won't call you a misogynist and then back it up with something that is not real and didn't happen. That can happen, but that doesn't mean that every time you're called a misogynist, it's not true. As a man, we've all got misogyny baked into us. If you're a cis white man, you've got misogyny, transphobia, and racism baked into your being, who we are as people. And it's not your fault that it happened, but it is your fault if you know that it's happened and you don't do anything about it. Yeah, you don't need. There's no reason to have a knee-jerk reaction. I've had so many white people who I've said to them like, yo, like, okay, I know she's not going to be watching this, so I feel comfortable about saying it. But like, there was this one person that I knew, this white girl, and like, I loved her to bits. Like, she was a really good friend, and she used to go to these like raves. Like, they were kind of like raves, I guess. I don't know, right? In the woods or whatever, and then one time she was sharing this like video, and they were doing like, I don't really want to do it. They were doing this thing, right? You know what that means, chat? Like the Native American. It's like a trope. It's a racist trope of Native Americans doing this thing where you like make a noise with your yeah. And they were like dancing around a fire. And I was like, bro, like, you're doing fucking racism. And she went mental. She went absolutely fucking mental. She was like, how dare you call me a racist? Blah, 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 this, that, the other. We're always respectful of Native Americans. I was like, no, you're not. I was like, you're just provably not. What's going on? What are you talking about? And they all like would like paint their faces and shit, and it's like, oh god, really bad shit. But it's just crazy. It's like you just don't need to like react like that. You just need to like go, oh shit, oh fuck, oh my god, someone call me racist. Hey, guess what, man? We're all fucking racist. Like, but not in the Nick Fuentes sense where you go, everyone's racist, so just be more racist. It's like everyone's racist, like, so, you just need to accept that, and then we can start to work to stop. Right? That's what it is. I live in Kansas City. I'm right near Arrowhead Stadium. The KC Chiefs football team is super problematic. Oh yeah, I heard all about them. Yeah. Yeah. Even my old mum knows that when they played so-called Cowboys, and yeah, even I don't want to say that word. As kids, it was racist. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, what are you doing, man? Like, don't you know that John Wayne was a horrible fucking racist? Whenever you drop me a fucking link, Zoo, I'm always like, shit, man, is this going to be another fucking conservative guy getting shot? Oh my god, he posted on Twitter. What's going on? Why is he posting on Twitter? This is so weird. The Trump Kennedy Center Honors will be broadcast tonight on CBS and stream on Paramount Plus. Tune in at 8 p.m. EST at the request of the board and just about everybody else in America. I'm hosting the event. Tell me what you think of my Master of Ceremony abilities. If really good, would you like me to leave the presidency in order to make hosting a full-time job? We'll be honoring the true greats in the history of entertainment: Sylvester Stallone, Michael Crawford, Kiss, George Strait, and Gloria Gaynor. Didn't he already do this at the? At the White House? He had all these guys at the White House. We covered it on stream. Hey, Splendinavia, how you doing? Stallone and Kish. Yeah, can you imagine? The Kennedy Center Honors for fucking Sylvester Stallone and Kiss. Bro, Kiss is so cringe. There's honestly some of the worst music I've ever listened to in my life. Sorry if anyone here likes Kiss or is like a bit older and, you know, likes the you know, in the 70s and 80s, they were like, oh, we're doing like the Beatles, but rock. And people thought that was cute and stuff. Like, yeah, you know, that's fine. But like, come on, man. They're hardly like representative of the American, like Gloria Gaynor. Yeah, for sure. Gene Simmons is the worst. I mean, he's definitely a wrong'un, right? Makes me think that the document Fallout has him sweating. George Strait is the gayest name I've ever heard. Yeah. That's how you know, because he has to tell people he's straight. He changed his name. That's right. Well, tell me what you think of my Master of Ceremony abilities. If really good, would you like me to leave the If really good, would you like me to leave the presidency in order to make hosting a full-time job? This is so weird. It feels fake. It feels fake, doesn't it, actually? It doesn't feel like a real tweet. But it is. It's on Twitter. This is his... It's got the check that Elon gave him. No, if he could secure a behind-the-scenes deal like Nixon did. He just wants to be a ballroom MC. He should have been a drag queen, man. He should have been a drag queen. First of all, the chances of him being a pedo just like reduce dramatically. And then, second of all, he would have been good at that. Hey, how's it going, Brett? Good to see you in the chat. Chat, if you're not following Cinemarxism, go and give him a shout. Go and give him a follow. Oh, I've got all the emotes, so it's just doing that. There you go. There you go. Glaze is hosting. He can have the Oscars and the Grammys and the Tonys. That's where he belongs, right? You know what I mean? Doing that kind of shit. This is so weird. It is a really weird tweet, Zoot. It is a really weird tweet, but it's... What are people saying? You can step down at any time. Will the broadcast be redacted? Address me. How I imagined evil as a kid, how it actually looks. Mr. President, I have some questions if you're free next Friday. Bye. Remember everything we teach our children not to be. You're so good at ceremonies, please leave the office. You're a sad old pedo. You're a sad old pedo. Wait, so chat, like, we're just kind of catching up with this, right? We're just kind of catching up with, because I didn't cover this stuff yesterday. No, this is the best one. This is the best one. You're a sad old pedo. Woke is back. Have you seen the huge allegations against him? I've seen that today there is a thing about, like, yes, he might have killed a child who he raped. I've seen that. I was going to get to that in a bit. Pre-scrolling Twitter is wild. I just want to look at the replies. Pedophile in chief. He's on the Epstein files out because he bankrupted an Epstein co-owned restaurant or something. He's more embarrassed by that than anything else. No, Trump is not embarrassed about being told that he bankrupted stuff. He's not embarrassed about that. He's not embarrassed about any of that. Hey, FOMO Jack. I can't legally say what I want to do, yeah. Yeah, no, we're going to get to that in a bit, yeah. I don't think I'm going to get to the CCOT stuff today. I think it's just going to be this. Bankrupted stuff is his bread and butter. Yeah, he's bankrupted fucking fucking hundreds of casinos and stuff. You have to think about how fucking depraved the ruling classes were before the French and Russian revolutions. This is such a carbon copy. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Okay, let's carry on with this.
White House has said that President Trump is included in the files. Can you guarantee that every mention and every photo of President Trump in the Epstein files will be released?
Trump still made bank on his failed businesses. Everyone who worked for him lost out there, yeah.
Yes. Yes, I mean, I've said it 3-4 times now. We've said it before, and President Trump has said it repeatedly since before he was elected. And since he was elected, all summer long, he said the same thing. I have nothing to hide. And so, of course, that's the case. But let me just make sure everybody understands something. To the extent that he is, quote, in the Epstein files, it's not because he had anything to do with the horrific crimes. Full stop. But
it's just... At least it's not 5 hours of Tommy Tithead and Jake Paul. Listen, that stream yesterday was quality. It was a quality stream yesterday. What are you talking about? 5 hours of watching Jake Paul and Andrew Tate get chinned was so good. It was on the cards as a reward for all of us for the year that we've been through. Yeah, that was a solid quality stream yesterday, and I won't hear anything else about it.
yes, if President Trump is mentioned, if there's photographs that we have of President Trump or anybody else, they, of course, will be released with the exception of any victims or survivors that we've identified, which we will either not release that photograph.
I'll watch anything, won't I? Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for the... Some people in chat, man. I'll just watch anything. This fucking freak British guy just like...
of a survivor. Or
thanks, FOMO Jack.
Photograph, because there's other individuals in the picture. The survivor's face or
I can't believe I missed that. I'll watch the VOD. Okay, unfortunately, VOD watchers, yeah? Unfortunately, VOD watchers, I've had to trim out a bunch of the Jake Paul section because Netflix just clapped the VOD. As soon as I uploaded it to be scheduled to go out tonight, they were like, "You're not putting this anywhere, dog. Banned worldwide." So yeah, unfortunately, fuck Netflix. But there is still the Andrew Tate stuff in there. Yeah, Netflix hit me with a copyright strike. But there's gonna be other the Andrew Tate stuff is in there. There's other clips of Jake Paul. We obviously talk about Jake Paul. We read some articles and stuff, so it is in there. And then also there is at the end the Tommy Robinson stuff. How the fuck did they do that? Yeah, it's an automatic thing that just happens on YouTube. You just like upload a video, and the fucking algorithm just like scans it. Whatever, not the algorithm. I don't know what I'm talking about. They have software that scans it and it just matches it to any other video, and then Netflix will get a notification, and I think you could just have it set to automatic content ID. Yeah, I think you just have it set to automatic. If anyone like copies your content, just like not allow it. I think. Did you upload the VOD on Twitch? No, I don't have VODs on Twitch. Because they don't stay forever, unfortunately. So that's why that is. But also, they cannot stay forever on YouTube for different reasons. But yeah. The VOD is there. The VOD is there. It's just got bits missing. Hello, Rob.
In some cases, will be redacted.
We thank you for watching, and remember...
Okay, that's the NBC interview with Todd Blanche. What you do to chips. Okay, here's another leaked thing. This is from today, 2:39 p.m. from Mukhtar on Twitter. Not a journalist, just a guy. He's just a poster. Trump Trump's former limousine driver heard him talking on the phone about abusing some girl. He also claims a woman told him that she was raped by Trump and Epstein and said that she feared for her life. She was found dead, but the police didn't believe that it was suicide. So this is the bombshell that's come out today. So let's take a read of this. Blank asked Blank about his time driving a limousine for 2 years in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. During Blank's time as a driver, he'd met Donald Trump. Blank noticed that he picked President up in 1995 and took him to the DFW airport. Blank reported some of the things President Trump had spoken about during the ride while on his cell phone were very concerning. Blank reported he was a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on the median, and within a few seconds of him pulling out the car and hurting him due to some of the things he was saying, as caller chose not to. Blank noted Trump continuously stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone and made references to abusing some girl. Blank was unsure about who he was talking to, nor who he was referencing. As Blank talked about his time meeting Donald Trump, Blank immediately, Blank demeanor went stone cold. As Blank stated, he raped me. Blank said, what? As Blank replied, Donald J. Trump had raped her along with Jeffrey Epstein. Blank noted some girl with a funny name took me into a fancy hotel or building. That's how it happened. Blank advised Blank to call the police regarding the incident. As Blank stated, I can't, they will kill me. On Christmas Day, Blank contacted Blank, stated she had in fact called the police about what they talked about. Blank told Blank she had done good. Blank did not hear from Blank or Blank until the 1st of October 2000. Blank reached out to Blank stating Blank was dead and noted she was found with her head blown off in Kiefer, Oklahoma. Officers on the scene and Blank stated there was no way it was a suicide. Coroner stated it was a suicide. Blank later stated Blank committed suicide because Blank had gotten cocaine from a Mexican drug cartel. Blank feels the murder is a cover for Ghislaine. So yeah, this is a leak, and this stuff was obtained by, I think it was Dropsite News. Because they are investigating the ties to Israel. Basically, yes, as it's a PDF, all redacted parts can be restored. I always assumed this was the case. It's still surreal to have very little evidence of it. Yeah. Yeah. It is surreal. Something else from Wired as well that we'll read in a bit. The Epstein suicide video in the latest Department of Justice release isn't what it seems, which is another interesting one. Epstein files email by A from Balmoral asked Ghislaine. So we got some other Andrew Mountbatten stuff. Oh my god, every news source is popping off about this. Fucking BBC has got a live view tracker on this. 9,800 people looking at this shit. Email by A from Balmoral asked Ghislaine Maxwell for inappropriate friends. Oh my god. Yeah, look, Trump's got ties to the mob. It must be why Donnie made the weird tweet. Why does he think he would be able to be like a master of ceremony? The allegation is that he raped this child and had her killed. Yeah. Yeah. I don't believe that this is the only case. I could absolutely believe that this has happened more. You know? Like, you know, I think about all the time the fact that there are, like, at any one point, a certain amount of missing people and a certain amount of missing children in the USA and in the UK. And it's like, there aren't really any organizations who are really trying to find, who are really invested and have the money and the time and the effort to find these kids, right? And maybe some of them do try, but then they reach a certain point and a guy turns up at their gaff with a sawn off and goes, you want to be fucking shutting the fuck up about that, pal? Stop where you're at for your own good. You know what I mean? I believe it. So we got some more stuff. I'm trying to find who did the drop. I'm pretty sure it's Drop Site News. Epstein in Israel, Jeffrey Epstein in the Mossad. Epstein Files, maybe? Is it Drop Site News? Oh no, it was literally the Justice Department. It was literally the Justice Department. Oh right, okay. Okay, well, we can find some more news about that. Let's take a look at this stuff that happened on Friday. So, this is about what happened. But I think it's probably this is probably gonna be one of these terrible YouTube shorts that just like plays music really loud and doesn't really have any kind of actual content in it. Is there going to be any kind of narration in this? Trump's photo restored to Epstein Files database. Donald Trump's photo restored to public database of Jeffrey Epstein. Southern District in New York flagged an image of President Trump for potential further action to protect victims. Out of an abundance of caution, the Department of Justice temporarily removed the image for further review. After the review, it was determined that there is no evidence that any Epstein victims are depicted in the photograph, and it's been reposted without any alteration or redaction. So yeah, that is kind of what happened, but with the key lie here being potential further action to protect victims, right? Southern Districts in New York flagged... Oh, hang on a minute. It is one of those videos. The Southern Districts in New York flagged an image of President Trump for potential... Oh, it's just a double! What? I fucking hate it. Okay, I'm not even watching this. Let's take a look at some other stuff. Warning. Very disturbing read. So this is from Bill Corbett. If you don't know who Bill Corbett is, he is the voice of Crow on Mystery Science Theater 3000. And he's a bit of a lefty. He's a bit of a liberal lefty. And I like him quite a bit. I'm pretty sure that's him. That's him, right? Yeah, Riff Tracks. Yeah, Crow T Robot. So this is a Substack article. It's not new. Warning, very disturbing read. It's a story told by a woman who Trump allegedly raped when she was 13. 13. It's not new. I mean, again, you know, of course. It's not new. She first came forward in 2016 when he began running for president. It was mostly ignored, but it seems increasingly plausible now. So let's take a look at this. Cape Man. The actual conspiracy theory surrounding Trump and Epstein, it's not what you think it is. A different time, I'm sure this would cause massive unrest. The intelligence apparatus has done a lot to desensitize everyone to horrific shit. Nothing sticks anymore. Conjecture, yes, but it's all too convenient. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you know, I will say this again. Neoliberalism has done a number on people in the imperial core. We're too comfortable. We're too comfortable to be rising up in anger at this point. You know what I mean? All at the expense of people suffering in the imperial periphery. It's why you see actual, riots and revolutions happening in the periphery. It's because they have fucking nothing. You know, we extracted all the wealth to have in our countries. And we're just like, oh, all this has happened. I guess I'll just watch Netflix. I guess I'll just get my treats. I guess I'll just go on Deliveroo and get like a migrant to deliver my big burger. You know, a migrant that's probably living in a gaff for 5 people with like 17 other migrants, and there's a fire every other day because their fucking e-bike isn't like, you know, they've had to like strap up their e-bike fucking Fallout style. MacGyver shit. And I'm gonna get him to like, not be paid enough to deliver me a burger, right? And that's the shit that we get at the expense of the underclass in our countries and at the expense of people in the fucking imperial periphery. You know? How do you manage to accept the fact that you voted for a pedophile who murders children that he raped? I mean, people regret their votes for loads of different reasons, right? I am absolutely certain that there are going to be people who have seen this Epstein stuff and they have gone, oh shit, I fucked it. There are also going to be people, though, because again, I think that there are a lot of people who are, you know, fascism is the end point of capitalism, right? It's the only way that capitalism can maintain itself is by having a fascist thug contingent protect it from workers rising up. And that's the reason that fascism is so prevalent in the countries that are hyper-capitalist, like the UK, like Europe, like the USA, like Australia. Aotearoa, I'm not sure if it's that bad there, but I'm pretty sure it's on the way. It is because at this point, when it all starts to come tumbling down, they need a bunch of people to go, I don't care. I don't care. Pedophilia is good, actually. Right? Because there will be people who are going to say that. Like, there are just going to be people who say that, or they're just going to ignore it. Because they know it would be completely, without a shadow of a doubt, like, you know, it's just going to be unacceptable to say something like that. They're 100% holding out for people to not care and give up here. That's exactly it, lesbian hot sauce, right? They are hoping for people to be like, nah, it's okay, whatever. Pedophilia happens all the time. It's a big problem in our society. And, yeah, you know, whenever you like, I've spoken to right-wingers on Twitter about this shit. Do you know what I mean? When, like, Donald Trump has said stuff about the UK, like how the UK should do stuff. And it's reported on by, like, a right-wing account. And there's, like, people in the comments and they're going like, yeah, Donald Trump, he's a real leader. And I'm like, yeah, you know, he's a pedophile. And they're like, right, well, you know, put him through the courts and investigate him. And if he is a pedo, then fair enough. And it's like, yeah, but it's not going to happen, is it? You know? That's what they fall back on all the time. Yeah, well, you know, investigate him, make sure that he actually is one and all that and blah. But of course, they don't see the hypocrisy between that and like the way that they say that like migrants should just be like pushed out of the country, deported somewhere because, you know, they saw a fucking they saw a YouTube video talking about grooming gangs that is just like racist as fuck, you know. Anyway, I was hoping to watch a video. I think
this is Democracy Watch.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I wanted to hear what Brian Tyler Cohen had to say about this. Yes, I know he's a chorus guy. Yes, I know he's a lib. But I just want to know. I just want to know what these guys are saying about it. And then we'll look at some actual up-to-date stuff about this. Yeah, the USA would never have a corrupt justice system. We investigated ourselves and we found that we did nothing wrong. Well, you know, it's funny that you say that, Alejandro, because that's the Israel line, right? And if you think about it, what's going on at the minute is Trump is taking a lot of inspiration from the Zionist fascist colonialist project. He has looked at Netanyahu and he's gone, this guy's a smart motherfucker. He's evaded justice for a long time just by going to war. You know? He is thinking, he is calculating in his fucking head. He's thinking like, what can we do about this? And he's like, yo, let's go to war with Venezuela, right? And obviously he was already thinking about going to war with Venezuela. He was already thinking about that. But trying to consolidate power and have like, it's not really like, I guess what I would call it, when we were looking at Richard Wolff talking about this the other day and about how he's like changing the way that the US does imperialism, he's like, right, we're not going to do imperialism in the Middle East anymore. We've got our client servile states in the Gulf, right? The traitorous Gulf states. You know, we're not going to bother going to war with China because we'll just do an economic war with China instead. We're not going to bother being part of Europe or NATO because whatever, they could just fend for themselves. Fuck them. If they can't, then they're losers. We're going to concentrate on Latin America, right? And that's like an isolationist war. People don't like us helping out Israel, so maybe we won't talk about that as much. And what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the home turf. What's the home turf? It's the migrants coming from Venezuela. Venezuela is an evil socialist country. They stole our oil. Yeah, that's it. And I think that that's kind of what he's trying to go for. And I think that he's taken a lot of leaves out of Israel's book at this point, which is crazy because Israel has taken a lot of leaves out of the USA's book. It's back and forth, isn't it? Bipartisan deal too, but this brand of intervention has extremely poor pretext. The mask is off and the hood is on. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, I'm not in any way saying that this isn't like the Democrats. You know? The Democrats would want to do this shit, but be like, oh, well, you know, we got to put it through Congress. There's got to be a vote. And Trump's like, no, I think we can just do whatever we want. And the Democrats are like, okay, I guess so. I guess so, man.
I have some breaking news here to kind of add fuel to the fire that is already this disastrous Epstein file release. It looks like the DOJ has rescinded, pulled back, deleted 16 files off their website that had been there yesterday. And again, I want to add,
go for it, Morrigan.
Already on top of the fact that the DOJ had not released all of the files in compliance with the law. So what are the legal implications here of the fact that A, we didn't get the full breadth of files, and B, even some of the files that were released were then taken back, presumably to protect Donald Trump?
Okay, so let's talk about all the ways in which the Trump Department of Justice is violating federal law. And that's what they're doing, everyone. They are.
Is this from the... Oh, yeah, this is linked. I have no context for this link. No. It's... No. Okay. Justice.gov/Epstein/file. So I think that this is literally like, I am not a robot. Wait, what? Oh, okay. This is an actual FBI file. Unclassified intake. What in fact is this? What the fuck are we looking at?
We wouldn't even be able to tell where it came from. And that's not all. A standard ballistic missile uses a two-stage or...
Case ID. This is the Epstein Jeffrey child sex trafficking case. 8th of March 2020 at 5:11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Date of birth, email address. Note. Something is real name and alias is other name. Threat to life, false. Submitted text. I previously provided a tip about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, under an alias I have for myself. Blank. All the other details of the previous tip match all the information I've given in today's tip, except that I'm giving my real name. A detective from New York Police Department FBI Sex Trafficking Task Force called me a couple of weeks ago from a 212 area code number. I talked to him for about 20 or 30 minutes about my being sex trafficked by my uncle and Jeffrey Epstein in 1984 while I was 13 and pregnant. I told him some other important information about other high-profile individuals involved in my sex trafficking and the murder and disposal of my newborn daughter, because I gave birth to her while in the middle of this sex trafficking ordeal. Oh, fuck. I can't remember the detective's name, nor do I have a number where I could contact him. I would like to have his name and contact information. I would also like to know if there be any further follow-up, violation other, violation questions. What was the exact crime that occurred? Child sex trafficking and infanticide. When did the crime incident occur? Please provide approximate date. May to September 1984. When did the crime incident occur? Mostly from a yacht in Lake Michigan. A yacht in Lake Michigan. Originating from Mona Lake, Michigan. Complainant information. Here's all the information. It's redacted. From New Mexico. Subject information. Jeffrey Epstein. Age. DC. Additional info. I'm just wanting to reconnect with the original detective that called me and I offered information about this. How is contact known? He was orchestrating a deal along with my uncle where different men and a few women and girls would come to a variety of boats and yachts and pay money to force me to do blank with them when I was 13 and pregnant. Witness information. First name Donald, middle name Trump. Middle name nothing, last name Trump, age 70. Well, at the time, I think. Additional info. Again, just trying to find out the NYPD detective on the FBI sex trafficking task force that called me a couple of weeks ago and spoke to me about some of these issues. How is contact known? He participated regularly in paying money to force me to blank with him and was president when my uncle murdered my newborn child and disposed of the body in Lake Michigan. Dude. Dude. You know, like, again, chat, this is the ruling class. This is the ruling class. This is how fucking depraved and fucking evil they are. You know? And it is genuinely insulting and upsetting that Alex Jones, you know, uses this, like, you know, righteous anger about, like, a so-called pedophilic cabal that is in charge of the world, that is the ruling class. They control everything, you know, everything we do, everything we eat, everything we look at, yada, yada, yada. And it's actually fucking the guy that he loves who wants to just, like, you know... The right-wing grift off this crap is so fucking annoying. It's so fucking... It's insulting, it's depraved, it's evil shit. Because it's real. It's real, but it's not what they're saying it is. It's not like the Jews. You know? It's not like space lizards. It's not aliens or whatever. It's just people. It's just like the most boring fucking dystopia that you could possibly imagine. I think the right way to refer to it is just like, it's just like mafia shit. You know what I mean? They just do whatever the fuck they want because they got loads of money. That's just it. FBI gets enough money to the right groups who grift and distract off of it, and then just general rich donors who, and corporates. I do genuinely believe that Alex Jones is a Fed. I do genuinely believe that Alex Jones is a Fed. Because that it makes complete sense as to why, you know, that's all he talks about. But actually, no, it's, you know, it's just leftists and Jews, right? The Dems are part of it, but not any more than the right. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's about the ruling class. And in fact, there are far more billionaires implicated in here than just like politicians, right? It's billionaires. It's rich white people. Rich white men. You know? Yeah, this is fucking crazy. Thanks for that, Morrigan. Appreciate that. We were reading a bit of this, weren't we? Nearly 70% of Americans now believe the Trump administration is concealing information about notorious child sex trafficker, said Jeffrey Epstein, but still, among my progressive circles, a fair proportion of people are still dismissing this possibility, and with it the idea that Trump actually abused teen girls at Epstein's parties as a baseless conspiracy theory. To be sure, much of MAGA's conviction that Trump is hiding something personal have dubious origins in the wild and pernicious lies perpetuated in QAnon, the cult that spread the belief that a cabal of elite child cannibals and molesters have been trafficking toddlers, but you can, of course, believe the right thing for the wrong reasons. And it's given the solid evidence to hand about Trump's misconduct, some of it new, much of it old. The real conspiracy theory at this point has a radically different basis. Nobody in the mainstream media has yet named it, and it desperately needs acknowledgement. Yeah, they don't sound like progressive circles to me, man. I'm not gonna lie. They sound like lib circles. But then again, like, I guess, like, libs would be more talking about this shit. I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know. Maybe it's like this, like, middle ground between liberal and middle class leftist. I don't know. I'm not sure. Thanks, Lesbian Hot Sauce. Take a look at this in a sec. Okay. The real conspiracy theory around Trump and Epstein is that multiple apparently unconnected women lied and continue to lie about Trump's behavior. This with nothing to gain and much to lose by speaking about his misdeeds. Let's start with Katie Johnson, the pseudonym adopted by the woman who I wrote about here last time. Her story, if we take her word for it, goes like this. For decades, she was silent after Trump allegedly raped her at the age of 13 at the home of Jeffrey Epstein in 1994. She also alleges that Trump sexually abused her there on 3 prior occasions. Katie never planned to speak about this publicly until 2016. When Trump was running for president, Katie met a TV producer at a party who offered to tell her story, Norm Lubo, who adopted the pseudonym Al Taylor. He shopped around her video testimony to multiple media outlets who found, upon vetting him, that he had once been a producer on The Jerry Springer Show and that he had an anti-Trump agenda, among other red flags. The story fizzled out and Katie was assumed to be a liar who Lubo had coached or scripted. At the same time, her lawsuit in California was filed incompetently and a lawsuit in New York, filed by a respectable attorney who met in video conference with Katie, was dropped after she received threats, including death threats. For the same reason, she cancelled her planned press conference in LA a few days before the presidential election, where she planned to warn America about the kind of man they were on the verge of electing. Again, that's all if we take Katie's word for it. Another possibility, of course, is that Lubo did coach or script Katie's lengthy video testimony. A few points, however. That testimony is compelling, at least in my view. It was widely dismissed when it surfaced in 2016 because what Katie was saying was just judged too incredible when it came to Epstein's sex trafficking of teen girls. Remember, the full story about his crimes didn't emerge until 2018, thanks to Julie K. Brown's trenchant and prize-winning reporting in the Miami Herald.
My free will. No, there was nothing promised to me for doing this interview.
Excellent.
Yes, everything that I say at this interview will be the truth. I met Donald Trump at some parties I attend that I was working for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. There was about 3 or 4 times that I had encounters with Donald Trump. I was 13. The first time that I met Donald Trump was at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. There was an orgy going on, and he was kind of watching off in the distance, and he basically asked if I could come over and give him a hand job. And at first I wasn't very comfortable with it. This was like my first party, and I didn't think that was my responsibility. But my recruiter told me that I needed to do it, so I agreed to. And
my recruiter told me that I needed to do it. And that recruiter was probably someone like Ghislaine Maxwell.
And he, I began to, sorry, this is a little difficult, but before I gave him a hand job, he kind of slapped my hand away and said, you need to use a glove. And
oh my God, dude. It's just like the film Society. It's so fucking crazy, dude. It's actually just like the film Society. It's like, oh, you disgusting, like, working class, lower class whelp. You know what I mean? Use a glove. Fuck me, dude.
The recruiter ran over and handed me a glove and said, no one touches Mr. Trump's penis without a glove. So
Sorry, that's... What the fuck?
Needed to use a glove. I gave him a hand job, and then immediately after, he had an orgasm, he left, and I didn't see him again at that party. Jeffrey Epstein...
and again, she was a child when this happened. She was a child when this happened. And... yeah, let's just continue.
Is a billionaire friend of Donald Trump's that was responsible for throwing the sex parties. There was, I originally came to New York trying to be a model, and in my travels I met a girl named Tiffany there who was very interested in me and said that, she that's what she did, is that she helped girls, get what they wanted, and she could help.
Oh, I've heard the name of this Tiffany, the name of her before. She's been mentioned before in other documents. This Tiffany person.
Get into modeling.
Yeah, FOMO Jack. Yeah, for real.
People that were higher ups, and that it would be no problem. And so that's why, but I would just basically have to come model at a couple of events and meet some people. It would be no sweat. So, of course I went, that sounded like no big deal. And she was recruiting the girls to come to these parties. And they all looked, most of them were, my age. There was, maybe a couple girls that were maybe 14 or 15, but it seemed to me like we were all very young, so.
Okay.
Jeffrey Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. When he interviewed me, he asked me to get down to my bra, just my panties, and I thought that was weird, but modeling, maybe it was something about my figure. And he asked that I give him a massage. So and then he asked me my age. He asked me, and I told him, told him that I was 13. I told him why I was there. And he basically said, well, you'll do, I'm sure that you'll fit pretty nicely here. And then he tried to basically slip himself inside of me, and I pushed him away, and I said, I'm because at that point in time I still believed that there was models and then there was the girls that did that. Like, I thought there was a separation. So I told him that I wasn't interested in that, but he said that I would do. And as far as Donald Trump, he knew that I was 13, and I believe that Tiffany told him
Yeah, like, of course they all knew that they were fucking kids. Of course they did. Like, that's just the reality of it. That is just the reality of it. Where it's like, they were at the pedophile mansion and there was a fucking child orgy, a child rape orgy happening. And I can't even compare this to anything because it's so depraved. Maybe Eyes Wide Shut, but those are all consenting adults. Yeah, exactly. I don't think anyone. I think it's good that we can't compare it to anything, right? That's good that we can't do that. Yeah, accidentally fuck a 13-year-old. Like, oh, whoops, thought she was 18. There ain't no way, dog. Like, there just isn't. Even with, like, precocious puberty, it's just, like, not a fucking thing. So crazy, bro. Like they were at the pedophile mansion watching a pedophile orgy, and he was like, great, there's a kid here that I can rape. That's how it goes. You know what I mean? My Americanness is showing to myself. I can watch people's necks get blown out without as much as a flinching. But this has got me squirming. Yeah. Well, I think it's good and normal to be disgusted by this. Right? So remember, chat, if you're feeling uncomfortable about this, it's because you're a human, right?
Seemed to take a liking to me because I was so young, and I was also a virgin. So I don't know. It seemed like he wasn't really into having girls that were liked by the other guys. He kind of, the whole glove. He kind of liked things to be his first, if that, for lack of a better term, but
about power and control.
The one who wanted to get to a girl before everyone else did. Donald Trump knew that I was 13 because the first night that I was there, Tiffany actually suggested that she had a whole bunch of different wigs, and I expressed interest in them. I always told her that I would love to walk around with blue hair. And so I tried some on, and there was a blonde wig that she said that looked great on me. So I wore that wig, and Donald Trump had specifically asked about me because I remind him of his daughter, and
I mean, like, look, chat. You know, this this was posted in 5 years ago. You know, and this was all, and it was recorded in 2016, like in November, because she was wanting to say to people, "Hey, dog, this guy who's gonna be fucking president raped me when I was a kid, and probably raped a bunch of other kids too." And I know that because I was there at the pedophile orgies that he was at. And everyone, like Alex Jones, and that's what this fucking article is saying. I don't think that this person's writing is that great, because Fomajack was saying earlier, why is this person writing about this like she's in the wrong? I think that what she's trying to say is that, like, yeah, the common consensus is that, you know, that this was a lie and this was made up. She was coached into talking about this by the journalist. I feel like Mueller's trying not to throw up here. Yes, you got it right. I'm feeling nauseous as fuck. Yeah, it is sickening. It is actually sickening. Of course, this guy became the American president, not just the American president, but the American president that finally took the mask off the empire and said, this is what we do. You know what I mean? The billionaire, pedophile president of the Imperial Corps. That's what it is. My God.
She said, well, she's 13 as well. So he knew the first time that he saw me, but he took a liking to me because I look like his daughter. And the reason I'm coming out now is when it happened originally, I just wanted to forget about the whole incident. And when I saw that he was running for president, I felt that it was my responsibility to come out and tell our country what kind of man this person is. And
that'll be the whole thing, chat. Like, the whole reason that right-wingers will have said shit like, yo, this person is just like lying. They just hate Donald Trump. And the guy who's the journalist who has got her to say this stuff is an anti-Trump, liberal, leftist snowflake. And they will have used her saying shit like that. Hey, by the way, chat, if you're feeling disgusted and grossed out by this shit, it's because you're a normal person. But I've got incredibly good news for you. And that is that the boy is back. Aww. And he knew that we needed him at this time. Didn't you? Eh? Melpert Gelpert? Wait. Oh, thank God. Rescue Melpert. There he is. Oh, God. I've got it on a reel. That's just going to stay? I think that's just going to stay. Okay. Let's do this. Do this. Make him as big as possible so that we can get as much Melpert on your screen as possible, chat. It's super important. There he is. Hello, I love you. That's how you know it's good. That's how you know it's good to have a cat. He owns the stream now. Yes, that's it. Melpert cleanse. Right, okay, let's get back to it. What was I saying? Was I saying something else? I think I was saying something. It doesn't matter. Let's crack on.
I don't think that he should even be the dog catcher.
Oh, yeah, they will have said, oh, you know, if this thing happened to her, why didn't she go to the police? Why didn't she do something else? Why did she wait for 26 years to do something? Right? And it's always because victims are expected to be perfect. They're expected to just be like a perfect person who does all the right things all the time. But she's absolutely right. As a victim of child sex abuse myself, I just wanted to forget about it. You know, I haven't gone to the police about what those fucking people did to me. Because you just want to forget about it. You don't want to fucking think about that shit. It's like, yeah, man, when I was 13, a fucking adult was like, it's fine to have sex with this child. you just don't want to think about it, dude. It's fucked. And, you know, she has every right to come out and say this later. Probably she's a rape victim and talking about, yeah, she's a rape victim. That's what she's saying. She's a rape victim. Yeah. Talking about that shit makes it so that you can't talk about it. Absolutely. Yeah, you want to live your life and not be defined by it. It's really shit and sad. And that is some of the most depressing times that I've had in my life when I've thought about what happened to me as a kid, is when I've been speaking to therapists and they've said, yes, you are this way because of what happened to you when you're a kid. And it's like, it devastates you, man. Because you can't control that. And sometimes the behaviors that happen, like what I used to do, chat, is I used to end relationships for no reason. Right? I used to come up with problems in a relationship that I was in, you know, adult relationships when I was finally an adult. I used to come up with problems and push people away. And I pushed away some of the nicest women in the fucking world. And I regret it so fucking much. And I went to therapy and I spoke about that shit. And my therapist, multiple therapists, in fact, were like, yeah, you're doing that because you're afraid of being trapped in an adult relationship because an adult relationship for you is what happened when you were a kid. And it devastates you. Because it's like, that's not me, though. Someone took that part of me away. And you can heal from it. And I have healed from it. And I've done very well since having that therapy. Because once you realize that, you're just like, oh, I'm not doing that ever again. You're like, I'm going to push through those feelings and make that change. But yeah, once you realize that it's like, you know, there is shit in your life that is defined by abuse that's happened to you, it will devastate you, and it's disgusting and it's horrible.
Let alone running.
But people will have said, oh, she just wants to come out and ruin Trump's career and make sure he doesn't have a shot at the presidency, you know? I pushed away everyone who reminded me of her, and it's so fucked. Yeah. I mean, I pushed away people who didn't even remind me of the people that abused me. Like, this is the thing, you know?
This country in the world. After I met Tiffany at the bus station, she took me to, basically went to her house, her apartment, and got ready. I put on a blonde wig because it seemed fun to pretend to be someone different, but we went to the party that I was basically interviewing for, and Jeffrey Epstein was the one that was running the party. He had a quick meeting with everyone that was employed there, and then he had a private interview with me. The first time that I met Jeffrey Epstein,
you get your agency back by doing that shit, right? Exactly. And I think that's the other thing as well, right? In terms of thinking about how people treat the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, and you know, like we should want these women to be able to like have a life and not, and you know, heal from whatever has made them you know, suffer in their adulthood about this shit. You know what I mean? Like in whatever ways they're suffering now because of what happened. And people should be advocating for their agency. Like they deserve to have their agency back. They deserve to get, and it's, you know, it's not necessarily about like killing Donald Trump. It's not necessarily about like, you know, hanging him or giving him the death penalty or any of this shit. Because it's, you know, for a lot of victims, that's not justice. Like that isn't what's justice. And this is something that nobody wants to talk about, and a lot of people will like collectively decide what they think is the right justice on behalf of victims, right? We shouldn't be deciding what happens to Donald Trump. It's what the victims decide should be done, you know? Yes, we shouldn't have to remember them on Wikipedia as Donald Trump rape survivor number 12. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no worries, Morgana. Enjoy your trip home for Crimbo. Yeah.
Inside of me without getting the go-ahead or anything. And then it was probably about the third or fourth party, is when he basically forced. It was another massage, and it was basically like it wasn't sex, but there was penetration, and I told him that I didn't want that, but he kind of got a little irritated. So I don't know. There was something about him that I guess I kind of held him I held a lot of resentment towards him. By that time that happened, I kind of already started catching on.
I'm not surprised.
Maybe I wasn't there for modeling, and maybe I was just getting used for things, and I felt that kind of held him responsible.
Yeah, good. That's the right way to think about that, I think.
I did receive money to go to these parties. After every party, I was paid by Mr. Epstein. There wasn't, out of all the girls that were there with me, most of them were 13, 14. I think the oldest one might have been 16, just turned 16.
Yeah, that's because he just fucking kicks them out. As soon as they turn 16, he's like, too old, get out.
And she'd been there for a while. It was Tiffany. He liked to watch other people have sex. He's a germ, doesn't like germs, so he, rather than partaking, he just watches. So and Tiffany had informed him that I was the virgin, and so I was basically, so it was Tiffany who introduced us.
Okay.
Second time that I saw Mr. Trump was same scenario. He was onlookings.
I know exactly what people are going to say, because obviously this is from like 2016 and shit. Like, it's crazy that this is just like on the internet, right? This is just on the internet. You know, it's been on the internet since fucking 2021 or 2020, and the interview happened in 2016. It's just been there the whole fucking time. And you know, this is someone saying that Donald Trump was at a pedophile orgy organized by Jeffrey Epstein, and he was watching a pedophile orgy. And I know that like other stuff about this is going to come out. And yeah, like you say, Network, there is people who are going to justify this unthinkable, horrible shit by saying that like the 13-year-olds got paid or something like that. Or he said like, oh no, he was just watching the orgy. He probably didn't want to be there. He was forced to be there and all that stuff. It's like, dude, you're watching a bunch of kids get raped. You're watching a bunch of kids get raped, and you didn't like it when they'd already been raped, and you wanted to be the only guy that raped someone first, and she had to also look like your daughter. Like, come on, dude. Come on.
So, at an orgy, and...
Anyway, okay. I don't want to traumatize chat too much about this shit. But, like... Yeah, let's we'll take a look at some newer stuff regarding this. Let's finish this article because it's really quite interesting. I know it's getting a bit late. I know it's 11 o'clock, but I do want to get to like the new stuff regarding this as well. Testimony is compelling. It was widely dismissed when it surfaced in 2016, partly because what Katie was saying was just too incredible when it came to Epstein's sex trafficking of teen girls. Yeah, like, you know, it's ridiculous that conservatives are just there and they're just saying, like, nah, that's too insane. There's no way that rich pedophiles would just have, like, pedophile orgies. Like, what are you talking about? What are you on about? We all saw the clip of Ivanka on Born Rich. Yeah, when, like, she's in her bedroom and she has, like, a moment where she's, like, looking like she's got the fucking Vietnam 1,000-yard stare. It's fucking gross. It's kind of nice how openly we're engaging with this stuff. Thank you. Hey, listen, you know, when it's a child sex abuse survivor, I'm gonna be open about this shit on my stream. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I might lose viewers or whatever, but... you know, again, it just comes back to that whole thing of like, isn't it nice that you get to disengage with it? Isn't it nice that it's not your life? You know what I mean? And like, look, I'm not gonna be bitter. If someone's tuned out of the stream, fine, whatever. But like, I will always maintain, like, yeah, man, isn't it nice that you get to disengage from this horrible shit that happens in our world? Like, yeah, man, you know, isn't that nice? What a privilege, dog. Yeah, wish I could do that. Wish I could just pretend it never happened. You know. And what's the other thing? You know, it's kind of similar to people who are like, oh, I don't want to look at what's going on in Gaza anymore. You know, it's just really horrible. Like, I can't stand seeing it. It's like, yeah, isn't it nice that you get to turn off the TV, man? Isn't that nice? You get to turn off the TV and go to fucking bed and watch fucking Netflix. Isn't that nice? Good for you, dog. Anyway. Whatever. Remember the full story about this crime scene emerged until late in 2018. We now know that what Katie said about Epstein was not only plausible but completely true. Moreover, Katie wouldn't be the first woman to mistakenly rely on an unscrupulous huckster in order to tell her story. The same is true notoriously of the former sex worker Stormy Daniels. People initially dismissed Daniels' account because she was represented by the huckster lawyer Michael Avenatti. But Daniels was clearly telling the truth about Trump's hiring her in 2006 and then a decade later paying her hush money. To cite the fact that her lawyer was shonky was intentionally or not dismissing Daniels via guilt by association, yes. Many people have made the same mistake vis-a-vis Katie Johnson. After all, we'll consider shortly, numerous women have testified in ways that corroborate her story. Katie's lawsuits and testimony have long stuck in my mind. In 2016 and 2024, when they briefly resurfaced on Twitter, I didn't know quite what to make of them, but now I suggest we should at least listen to Katie. Here is one especially relevant part of the video transcript, which I did myself. If it simply isn't out there, I'm making it available to you now in full at the end of this post, partly because this video has, interestingly enough, disappeared from one common source on X, and also because no journalist has seemingly ever bothered to write down her words. This despite the video providing the clearest and fullest account of what Americans are now clamoring for, a sense of Trump's alleged entanglement with Epstein. When women speak and tell us of rich and powerful white men's misdeeds, we not only don't believe them, we often don't even bother to listen in the first place. One hopes that now, in the wake of 2017's Me Too movement, we're at least slightly savvier about the importance of hearing even imperfect victims, or rather those who had a deep, imperfect initial representation. Here's Katie on her encounter with Trump at Epstein's mansion, where she alleges she was tied to the bed for an orchestrated rape fantasy. It was a rape fantasy to him, but I wasn't playing, as she put it. Trump ripped off all of my clothes and he started to basically have sex with me, and I was screaming. I'd never had sex before. It was my first time. And Epstein's handler Tiffany was yelling at him too. She was saying I was a virgin, and he just told us to shut the fuck up and basically took my virginity while I was crying and yelling, telling him to stop and basically begging for him to just stop. There it is. I was crying and Tiffany was consoling me and she was apologizing. She told me that she would never put me in that situation again, but he comes over mad because I was crying, and he said that I should be thankful that someone like Donald Trump took my virginity. Well, he didn't say took my virginity. He said I should be glad that someone like Donald Trump popped my cherry and not some pimply little 14-year-old kid. And I was just like, what if I get pregnant? Not even talking to him, and I didn't want to talk to him. I was talking to Tiffany, and he said, we'll get you an abortion then, bitch. I find Katie's story believable not only because it's obviously truthful with respect to Epstein, as we know now, it's plausible regarding Trump's own behavior, some telling details which emerge below, including Trump's germophobia, he would only allow his penis to be touched with a glove or a condom, his well-documented sexual proclivity for his own daughter, Ivanka. He allegedly enjoyed her likeness to Katie when she donned a blonde wig. We saw that in the video. Trump's racism and Islamophobia and anti-immigrant vitriol, including one abusive fantasy Katie details involving a Hispanic maid who Trump threatened to call immigration on, his domineering speech, the sheer tone of it even, and, just as importantly, Katie's testimony squares with that of several apparently independent witnesses and victims, namely Tiffany Doe, the handler referred to in the above transcript in the 2016 court cases, who corroborated each key element of Katie's account in a sworn affidavit. Joan Doe, a friend of Katie's, also provided corroboration that Katie had told her about the incident with Trump and Epstein during the 1994 to 1995 school year. Maria Farmer, who recently testified that when she was working for Epstein in 1995, he brought her to Trump's office late one night. After Trump leered at her legs, Epstein corrected him, no, she's not here for you. The seeming implication being other girls were or would be. Farmer overheard Trump remarking that he thought she looked about 16, although she was actually in her 20s. Farmer originally accused Epstein of sexual assault in 1996 when she brought the matter to the FBI. Farmer then said that Trump was also worthy of their attention. She repeated both claims a decade later when she was re-interviewed. Stacey Williams, who testified last October that in the 1990s, when she was a model in her 20s dating Epstein, he took her to Trump's office at Trump Tower. Williams alleges that Trump groped her, she froze, then Epstein got mad at Williams. Yes, Williams. They were not mere acquaintances, Williams told the Bulwark's Tim Miller. She also testified Epstein took a non-consensual video of Williams undressing at his residence. None of the women testifying to Trump's misdeeds apparently had or have much, if anything, to gain by coming forward. On the contrary, they have a lot to lose and risk being discredited as well as shamed and blamed for their victimhood or acts of witnessing. This can ruin women's lives or even end them. Virginia Giuffre, an important advocate for justice of sex trafficking victims, died tragically by suicide in April. She was notably working as a spa attendant at Trump's resort, Mar-a-Lago, in 2000, when Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell recruited her to be part of Epstein's entourage at the age of 17. Giuffre was instrumental in the court case against Epstein in 2008 that ended with him getting a sweetheart non-prosecution agreement, as well as the second criminal case against Epstein in 2019. Giuffre also obtained $16 million settlement from Prince Andrew. There are the following puzzle pieces regarding Trump's history of sexual misconduct in general. 5 Miss Teen USA contestants, ages as young as 15, testify that Trump walked in on them while changing in 1997, something Trump actually boasted about to Howard Stern in 2005. Trump also hosted a calendar girls competition at Mar-a-Lago in 1993. The only other guest, Jeffrey Epstein. The bawdy letter Trump wrote to Epstein for his 50th birthday in 2003, as reported by the Wall Street Journal last week. The letter said, "We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that?" Yeah, that was the letter where he was literally saying, "Isn't it so good that we're pedophiles?" Basically. Ivana Trump testified to the Trump biographer Harry Hurt III that her then husband raped her in 1989. She subsequently recanted under pressure from Trump's lawyers, as I detail in Down Girl in the introduction, eating her words.
Hello, old chum.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, remember the locker room talk argument? Yeah. Trump is a legally adjudicated rapist in the case of E. Jean Carroll, who brought a civil suit against him in 2023 for raping her in a Bergdorf Goodman dressing room in the mid-90s. Carroll was awarded $5 million in damages. She was then awarded over $80 million in a second lawsuit, as she details in a recent New York Times. Yeah. Trump boasted about non-consensually kissing and grabbing women by the pussy. Yeah, now we know that he didn't mean women, he meant children. Trump has also been accused by dozens of other women of sexually assaulting them, predominantly by non-consensual kissing and or groping. This past Wednesday, the news broke that Attorney General Pam Bondi told Trump during the spring that he is named in some capacity in the Epstein files. So let's take a look at some breaking news stuff today regarding Trump and Epstein. Department of Justice issues an unusual warning about Trump. This is from The Times. Let's take a look at this. Taking so long for fucking any video. Let me just close some of these tabs. Hold up.
One thing that I think is really interesting is that the Justice Department, when it released this, it did so with a statement basically caveating the files, saying that there was lots of untrue or sensationalist claims about Donald Trump, which they haven't done before. It's sort of warning people before they read them, which is quite unusual.
The US Department of Justice has released another tranche of files relating to Jeffrey Epstein, the biggest release so far. There's around 30,000 pages of documents, video clips and photos, many with redactions. Harriet Alexander is a journalist based in New York, and she's with me now to discuss them. Hello, Harriet.
Hi, John. Hello.
So what's new in the files, Harriet, or is it even too soon to say?
Well, yes. I mean, it is rather too soon because, of course, it takes a lot of wading through these files to work out what's in them. We got the previous release on Friday, and we're still getting a sort of drip of information about those. One thing that I think is really interesting is that the Justice Department, when it released this, it did so with a statement basically caveating the files, saying that there was lots of untrue or sensationalist claims about Donald Trump, which they haven't done before. It's sort of warning people before they read them.
What did I miss? What was the thing that they said?
It's new in the files, Harriet, or is it even too soon to say?
Well, yes. I mean, it is rather too soon because, of course, it takes a lot of wading through these files to work out what's in them. We got the previous release on Friday, and we're still getting a sort of drip of information about those. One thing that I think is really interesting is that the Justice Department, when it released this, it did so with a
Whoa. Let's have a look at this. Okay. In 2020. Yada, yada, yada. January the 7th, 2020. This is after January the 6th. For your situational awareness, we wanted to let you know that the flight records we received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported or that we were aware, including during the period we were expected to charge in a Maxwell case. In particular, he's listed as a passenger on at least 8 flights between 1993 and 1996, and at least 4 flights on which Maxwell was also present. He is listed as having traveling with, among others, at various times, Marla Maples, his daughter Tiffany, and his son Eric. On one flight in 1993, he and Epstein are the only 2 listed passengers. On another, only 3 passengers are Epstein, Trump, and then 20-year-old blank. On 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers, respectively, were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case. We've just finished reviewing the full records, more than 100 pages of very small script. We didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the road. It's a big club and we're not in it, chat. It is just a big club and we're not in it. And to be honest, I'm glad we're not in it.
Hello, me old chum.
Because they're all pedophiles, aren't they? Thank you so much for subscribing to the YouTube channel as well. Appreciate that. Yeah. Just absolutely mad.
Interesting is that the Justice Department, when it released this, it did so with a statement basically caveating the files, saying that there was lots of untrue or sensationalist claims about Donald Trump, which they haven't done before.
That's so wild. We're releasing these files that are, they contain it's information that has been gathered by the FBI, the Justice Department, in investigations into notorious child sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. I've just noticed, is that chat? Who is that in this? We're also focused on the Donald Trump. The Donald Trump one. Who is this? Okay, I don't think it's who I thought it was. I thought for a second it was Osama bin Laden, but I don't think it is. Although I wouldn't be fucking surprised. What was I saying then as well? What was I saying? That would be so fucking wild, right? He's hanging out with Jesus. Yeah. Which they haven't done before. Yeah, all of these documents that everyone has been asking for is all this like investigative stuff. And I'm not saying that the FBI gets stuff right all the time. I'm not saying that they're not biased. I'm not saying that they're not corrupt. Absolutely sure. But it's absolutely mental to be like, hey, just so you know, general public, there's a lot of stuff in here about the president. And we just want you to know that it's probably all just lies. That's so mental.
Warning people before they read them, which is quite unusual. But yes, I mean, one of the key things is that there is an email from people in the Southern District of New York, in the Justice Department, to presumably Donald Trump's team, warning them that the president was actually on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet many times more than had been previously believed.
Yeah, you mentioned this, as you say, slightly strange statement by the Department of Justice, which is releasing the files and yet clearly putting out partisan opinion. But is there any way which this information which would appear, we can't be sure, but if the flight manifests and stuff, how can those sort of things be taken as being untrue? What's the argument there?
Right, yeah, I mean,
the argument there is like, you listen to us and you do what you're told. That's the argument.
There basically is no argument, John, that I mean, the flight manifest is the flight manifest. One thing that was certainly untrue that they put out, they released what appeared to be a video of Epstein hanging himself in his cell. It was quite a bizarre video, and then they later clarified that actually that was something that they were forwarded.
I don't even want to put that on my fucking stream, man.
In doing the rounds online, it was just a sort of AI type fake video, but that was released as part of the document. So, there's a lot of sort of scrambling to try and find out what things are. There is some redaction happening after the event as well. They even released the files for a few hours yesterday evening and then took them back offline and then released them again. So, it's not the most orderly process. And also, it's not being released in an orderly way. You just literally have to trawl through these tens of thousands of pages each time.
Yes, well, if we put all this together, you mentioned the chaos, and also, as you said, something bizarre like to be releasing fake AI videos as part of this. And there's a sort of a phrase which has been long been mentioned not only in MAGA circles, but as sort of a political tactic of, they call it flooding the zone. Could this be part of the analysis of what's going on here? That
there's an AI video.
Hello, me old chum.
Thank you for the video. The video was a CGI vid from 5 years ago on YouTube. There was no AI about it. It was just old. Wait, what? Wait, what? Can you get me that, Aslan? Could you? I gotta see that. I gotta see that. That's crazy. Yeah. Link me up. Link me up.
In order to try and make this as difficult for the true information to be sifted through as possible, is that might possibly be what's going on?
Yes, I think a lot of people do believe that. It's actually interesting that Bill Clinton, who featured heavily in the
Bro, they released this? They released that as part of the Epstein files? Bro! What? Department of Justice, look, chat. Epic Gamer TV, even the fucking gamers, Department of Justice actually used this and thought people wouldn't notice. They're laughing at us at this point. We need to revolt. Yes. Oh, I see. He killed himself in Minecraft. Most transparent government of all time. OP must be so confused about all the comments they're getting right now. Department of Justice used this. Sub to the DOJ guy who tried to pass this off as real. Oh my god, are we seriously living in a timeline where the US government is uploading YouTube animations and passing them off as real? This is so wild, bro. This is so fucking crazy. Okay, yeah. Like, anyone with half a brain can tell that this is, like, obviously made in Blender. It's just absolutely fucking crazy, man. Like, what are you talking about? Nothing has any kind of, like, scuzz on it or shit like that. And I know that he was in, like, a private prison, or, like, not a private prison, but, like, a nice prison or whatever. You know what I mean? You got a link to the 60-minute segment they took off, which exposed C-Cart. I don't know if you went over it. I've not had a chance to go over it today, but I'll probably do it tomorrow in Mountainous Range. Thank you. Appreciate that. This is so wild. Like, you could just tell, like, look at his, like, look at the way he's moving, bro. It's like CGI animation. This is so mad that the Department of Justice put this out. That's so crazy.
first release on Friday, his spokesperson is saying release all of this immediately because he's saying, this is being done in a very calculated way.
Kamikaze paedophile Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton out there, so everybody's talking about that. Is that a way to sort of hide from other information that you don't necessarily want out there? I would also note that the timing is quite interesting. They were supposed to release it all on Friday, and yet, of course, they didn't. Obviously, as it gets closer and closer to Christmas, people are paying less attention to the news. So is that something to do with it as well? That's what a lot of people are suspicious of.
Well, then let's spool forwards then. And do you know how many of the files are left? Does anybody know what's left to be released? And is that the idea that potentially the holiday period?
It's good in it network
this stuff. And
Bill Clinton, the kamikaze paedophile, he's like, yeah, fuck it. I'm in the Epstein files. Release them all, you motherfucker.
What's the response from the US government, if there is one, or even from Trump?
I may have well had sexual relations with those children, but Donald Trump did too. The American people deserve justice.
Yes, I mean, we've only so far had a fraction of what is actually out there. There's an awful lot more to come. Donald Trump was asked about this on Monday evening. He's down in Mar-a-Lago, his Florida resort, for Christmas. He was quite irritated about being asked about it yet again because it was at a ceremony where he was announcing he wanted to rename some warships after himself.
Let's take a look at that.
About Jeffrey Epstein. I thought that was finished.
It's the so crazy, bro. I thought it was finished. Bro.
They're asking me questions about Jeffrey Epstein. I thought that was finished.
It's the story he can't shake. Donald Trump was here to do what he likes doing, branding something with his name, this time a new class of Navy battleship.
They got like a hard-on for like CGI at the minute or some shit. Like these concepts look ass. They look like fucking ass. Look at the state of this. It looks so bad. Like the USS Defiant, Trump class USS Defiant. He's just like making stuff up.
But his administration is still under fire over its handling of the Epstein files and his own relationship with the late convicted sex offender.
Oh man, look at fucking Hegseth and Rubio, man. Like they know. They fucking know as well. This is crazy, man.
He was friendly with this guy. Either friendly or not friendly, but he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers. And Bill
he's just thinking, like, all that's happening when he's being questioned about it is he's just thinking, like, whose name can I pull out here to be like, well, Larry Summers did it as well. Like, he's like a kid that's been caught doing something bad, right? He's like a kid that's been caught out at school and he's like, well, Larry Summers did it as well. He was there, buddy.
Was a friend of his, but everybody.
Bill Clinton, everybody was his friend.
Out of Mar-a-Lago.
Trump may have cut off relations with Epstein, but that was after years of friendship. And in one...
Oh my God, is that Peter Mandelson? Oh my God, I think that's Peter Mandelson. That's so fucking crazy, man.
Trump may have cut off relations with Epstein, but that was after years of friendship. And in one document among thousands more released today, a note from a New York assistant attorney revealing that Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported. He flew at least 8 times on the plane between 1993 and 1996. On one flight, there was Epstein, Trump...
Yeah, that'd be a good Onion article. Department of Justice releases crude napkin crayon drawing of Trump with arrows pointing to him that say innocent and good boy, yeah.
And on 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers were women who would be possible witnesses in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. And then there is this, a letter Epstein allegedly wrote in August 2019 from his jail cell and sent to Larry Nassar, another convicted paedophile. Epstein writes, "Our president also shares our love of young nubile girls. When a young beauty walked by, he loved to grab snatch." Today, the Department of Justice said,
oh my God, it's so crazy. Like, this is what I mean. They just write letters to each other just being like, isn't it so good to be a pedophile? The president's also a pedophile. He also raped kids. What's OPSEC? What is it? It doesn't matter.
Some of these documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims made against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false.
Like, it does. The claims are unfounded and false. We investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong. You know, it doesn't matter if they were released before the 2020 election. It doesn't matter. I don't think it made a difference.
Another document today revealed a rape allegation against Trump submitted to the FBI in October 2020. But the president has never been formally accused of any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein by law enforcement, and he's always denied he knew about Epstein's crimes. One individual who has stood accused, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who lost his royal titles because of his friendship with Epstein. The late Virginia Roberts Giuffre, a confirmed victim of Epstein, accused Andrew of raping her 3 times, something he has always strenuously denied. But the new documents reveal that the Department of Justice in 2020 requested assistance from the UK government to compel Andrew to sit for questioning, and that there was information suggesting he had knowledge that Ghislaine Maxwell recruited females to engage in sex acts with Epstein and other men. In the latest documents, emails between Maxwell and someone called the Invisible Man, who signs off AXXX. In August 2001, he writes, "I'm up here at Balmoral summer camp for the royal family." He then
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
and says, "How's LA?"
You know, the left in this country are so fucking bizarre. I'm genuinely serious. Like, the organizing left, like, I'm not saying that we should take our eye off Palestine. I'm not saying for a single second that. But, like, what a time to be a Republican organizer. What a time to advocate for the abolishing of the monarchy. It is so easy, dude. You got just one line. We don't want paedophile kings. That's it. Prince Andrew could have been the king. We don't want paedophile kings. That's the end. That's it. That's literally it. It would be such a good time to be a Republican in this country. Holy fucking shit. It is just, it's winding me up to fuck this. It winds me up so much.
Have you found me some new inappropriate friends?
No, read the rest of it. Read the rest of it. He said, "I'm up here at Balmoral summer camp for the royal family. Activities take place all day, and I'm totally exhausted by the end of each day. The girls are completely shattered, and I will have to give them an early night today, as it is getting tiring splitting them up all the time."
Says, "How's LA? Have you found me some new inappropriate friends?"
That's crazy.
Maxwell replies,
"That's crazy. Have you found me some new inappropriate friends?" What the fuck, bro?
"I've only been able to find appropriate friends." The so-called Invisible Man responds, distraught. While Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing and has not commented on these new documents, the new files provide yet further insight into the actions of Epstein and Maxwell. And yet many Democrats in Congress, as well as victims, have criticized the administration for the drip of files, with one Epstein survivor today calling for resignations and impeachments.
"I am no longer supporting this administration. I redact any support I've ever given to him, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. I am so disgusted with this administration."
Who's this lady? Haley Robson.
Kash Patel. "I am so disgusted with this administration. I think that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel both need to resign, and I would love to see number 47 get impeached over this."
The Democrats...
Yeah, it's retract, not redact. The word redact is in the common vernacular so much at the minute that she just used the word redact, right?
Selectively publishing certain material, notably a tranche of photos of Bill Clinton in the initial release of documents. The former president has called for all files relating to him to be published and questioned why that had not yet happened. Trump himself had this to say about one of his predecessors.
I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me.
I've always liked Bill Clinton. He's been nice to me. I've been nice to him.
Always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for.
But Trump knows more people than...
Oh my God, has he got a pic? Has he got a little...
Democrats and a couple of bad...
Oh my God, chat. He's got on the fucking mock-up for his new terrible boat that won't be built. he's got a little shitty drawing of him referencing, like, that's the image of him when he nearly got shot. Oh, this is so embarrassing, dude. What the fuck?
Republicans are asking for it.
But Trump knows more people than that are asking for these documents, not just Epstein's victims.
Yeah, when he was going, fight, because he didn't know what to say.
But many among his MAGA base.
Fight what? What are you fighting?
Questioning the president's connection to this ongoing scandal.
Yeah, well, there you go. We were watching this, weren't we?
But he wanted to talk about the warships and not about Jeffrey Epstein. He says it's well known that I used to spend time with him, but he said everybody spent time with him, and that actually is becoming more and more true, isn't it? That's more and more apparent. Trump says, that I've done nothing wrong. I got rid of him. I ditched him in the mid-2000s because he was, quote, a creep. And it is certainly believed to be true that they weren't long-standing friends after the mid-2000s. There is some damaging information in there, of course, about Prince Andrew. There's an email from August 2001 to Ghislaine Maxwell in which Andrew requests that she finds him some inappropriate friends. And she replies and she says, I could only find you appropriate friends. And he says,
yeah, we just heard that.
Yes, well, it's astonishing how each tranche of files seems to create wave upon wave of drama and controversy on both sides of the Atlantic. Well, and as you say, Andrew Batten Windsor and Donald Trump denying.
Doing a better defense of Trump than most Republicans. Yeah.
Your analysis of that, Harriet Alexander, a journalist based in New York.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look. I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill.
Okay, we've just seen him talk about this. All right, chat. This is how you know, yeah. This is how you know that it's fucking Jova for Trump.
Fair warning.
Right? And when I say Jova for Trump, I don't mean that he's going to, step down or anything like that. I mean, it could happen. Stranger things have happened, right? Who knows? That weird tweet that we got earlier from where... I'm gonna have to get that dude Zoot's chat logs up. Here we go. This fucking Trump from Donald Trump again. Tell me what you think of my master of ceremony abilities. If really good, would you like me to leave the presidency? It's all starting to make more sense. It's all starting to make more and more sense. This is all I could read. Will that be redacted as well? It's all starting to make more and more sense, chat. Yeah, you know that, popular public opinion of Trump is Jova. It's so fucking Jova when XQC... Chat, fucking XQC. You know this guy, he's like a fucking transphobe, he's a freak, he's a horrible little wet fucking sack of shit, but he's just like a normie gamer, right? But even XQC is making shit here saying it's over for Donald Trump with this Epstein file people just found. He's made a clip. It's got fucking 56,000 views. Wish.com Asmongold, even Wish.com Asmongold is sat here saying, yeah, man, it's over for Trump.
This is describing horrendous acts, right? So, what the hell, dude? This is an interview. My friend had sexual intercourse with Clinton, Prince Andrew, Richard Branson, sex tapes, etc., okay? Another friend was one of the many girls that had sexual relations with Donald Trump. Mr. Trump definitely seemed to have a thing for her and told me how it kept going on about her pert nipples. Donald Trump liked flicking and sucking her nipples.
Oh, yeah, it's this bit, yeah.
This is insane. Here's the same document but redacted. Why would I want that? So they forgot to redact it or what? Oh my God, wait. This is what it looks like.
It's so fucking wild that they do these XQC clips and it's just, this is his official channel. He hasn't said anything. It's been 39 seconds. What's going on?
Now. It literally, look, it cuts out that pedophile Trump. Like, that's fucking crazy. My friend had sexual intercourse with blank.
Yeah, this streamer Inception is so fucked. Limited view of chat as well. Yeah. What a chat saying.
With blank.
Okay, chat, guys. I'm gonna say something really weird, but it's true though. Okay. I'm confused at how they redacted things after the fact. When they released the files, I think they.
Oh my god, he's so brain dead, man. He's so fucking brain dead. He says, "I'm confused. Why did they redact stuff after the fact?" Come on, man. Put 2 and 2 together.
They removed some stuff and they edited some stuff, right? Like, they could have literally used AI. Like, I hate to say AI.
Oh, they could have used AI. What are you talking about? Bro, they probably did. That's probably why. That's probably why it was so bad.
AI that. If they wanted to, they can literally use AI, right? Have it scan the words and
they probably did.
And if that's what they wanted to do.
This is gonna be the thing. You know what? I'm calling it now, chat. They used AI to redact it on the first fucking go over, right? And that's why it was so bad and they had to pull some stuff back. That's going to come out in the next couple of days. That's going to cause the AI bubble to burst. Yeah, put a pin in it. It's going to happen.
They could have literally censored it, right? If they wanted, they could have done that.
Her casual friend.
How the fuck?
His commentary is so shit, dude. It's just so bad. He's just like, they could have just used AI. Why didn't they use AI? And like the fucking title is, it's over for Donald Trump. How is it over, XQC? How is it?
I mean, it's just embarrassing.
This is Donald Trump.
Hey, Fraser.
Donald Trump. You never think about her. Kept going about her nipples. Wait, that's fucking crazy.
Does that make it okay? Bro.
Wow.
How are you missing the point?
45 months. Keep pusing 40 bub.
You're missing the point then. Like, I'm in agreement with it. Like
I think it came down to a deadline, but still a fuck up.
Bro, a deadline? Brother, you could do this in fucking 20 minutes. Even as many files. Bro.
What is he talking about, dude? What is he talking about? You could do it in 20 minutes. What is he sniffing? XQC is like fucking sniffing so much Bing. He's like, yeah, you could just do it in 20 minutes. Just do it in 20 minutes with AI. What you want about? He's talking about like thousands and thousands of pages. The chatter who just donated and said, oh, there was a deadline and they fucked it up is just like way closer than he is. That fucking chatter is so closer to the fucking ball than this fucking idiot is. It's crazy. I don't think that will cause the burst. Listen, I was being very, very flippant in that. You know?
If you are an employee to which you have to censor Trump or whatever, you could do 20 minutes and fix this shit. Like, it's just embarrassing on all fronts.
Her casual friendship. This is Donald Trump. Donald Trump. You never think about her. Kept going about her nipples. Wait, that's fucking crazy.
It's a manual job.
No, the bubble will actually burst because, you know, there's no return on investment. You know? There's no actual return on investment.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, but they could use
ChatGPT, can you please cover up my sex crimes?
The only constant in this whole Epstein sordid story that would make sense.
It's censored now.
Premium Asteroid says, I'm uncomfortable with language like brain dead. Does that make me overly sensitive? I don't think that you could be overly sensitive. You could be uncomfortable with it, sure.
Now, but that means that they're censoring Trump, right? Which means that there's other stuff in there that already been censored.
Also, hi, welcome to the stream.
The only mentions of Trump, or whatever, are the only things that were uncensored. There's probably more than that were already censored. That's what I'm saying. It was just done partially and poorly. It's embarrassing.
God, this was the worst clip I've ever fucking seen. That was one of the worst videos I've ever seen about this whole thing. It's like the fifth, or no, it's not. It's like the 8th result or some shit. You could be overly sensitive, but that's fine. I think no. No, I think that there can be a problem with overly sensitive people, but I don't think that's what's happening here. It wouldn't. It's trained on ethical directives. Maybe Grok would. I don't think that. Most AIs are trained on ethical directives. Most AIs are like in the news talking about how they've advised children to kill themselves and then they've killed themselves, right? You know, there's like a lot of examples of that. Where are we up to here? I wanted to watch one last thing about this. Trump referenced latest Department of Justice newly released Epstein files say about Trump, CBS. Trump's dark past surfaces in dataset 8 of Epstein files. I don't know if there's going to be anything else that we can learn about this. Trump's name appears in latest release of Epstein files. Let's take a look at the CBS one from 4 hours ago.
But first, the CBS News team is hard at work today combing through more than 10,000 materials released from the Epstein files just hours ago. The latest materials offer new details into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's associates, including President Trump. Let's get right to CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarlane. Scott, what are we learning from these files?
Yeah, there are several thousand in this latest release, on top of the tens of thousands that were released Saturday, on top of the thousands that were released Friday. So these are starting to add up. What distinguishes this latest batch, Mugo, is that Trump's name comes up an awful lot in what's there and has newly been released, including references from the Epstein flight log indicating that Trump took those flights or was aboard those flights at least 8 times. What's more, there are items in the files, records from the Department of Justice, which indicate there was a subpoena issued to Mar-a-Lago, Trump's Florida resort, as a component of the investigation into Epstein's cohort, Ghislaine Maxwell. There are the references to the...
It wouldn't even help you to cheat on your homework if you would tell it to, which of course you won't, and cheat anyway. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a single second.
Those flights, and you see the years there between 1993 and 1990.
The developers say that their AIs are trained on ethical directives, but how they actually behave proves untrue or insufficient. Try it. No, I will never use AI.
FBI tip that was pursued, the merits of which are unknown. That
AI generally is very inconsistent regardless of the training data, yeah.
Was invited to Mar-a-Lago for an event that was characterized by somebody as an event with prostitutes at it. These are somewhat scattered based on what we've seen so far, not exactly chronological or well ordered, but I'll say this, there's no indication in any of these records of any wrongdoing or any criminal activity. But
oh my god, CBS News is literally just the mouthpiece for Donald Trump right now. It's so crazy, man. It's a neural network. Oh, it is not a neural network. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's not a neural network. It's a large language model. A fucking neural network, man. Come on. You're just listening to like the shit that Sam Altman says. You're just listening to like what the CEOs of these fucking companies say, and they just lie.
Anybody named outside of Epstein and Maxwell. And the Department of Justice, which has been the steward of these records and has been doing these releases, issued a statement this morning that said that the references to Trump in the records released overnight are sensationalized and unfounded accusations that did not warrant anything more, and that if they were, in fact, meritorious.
They do, but it is what it is. Right, and what it is not a neural network. It is just provably and demonstrably not neural networks. That's not what the majority... If we're talking about the Magnificent Seven that is involved in the AI bubble, so Microsoft, Oracle, Palantir, NVIDIA... You know, all these fucking companies like Twitter, Facebook, Meta, you know, that are doing AI, none of their products are neural networks. They're large language models. That's what they are.
Notorious claims, the Department of Justice said they would have been, quote, weaponized in previous years. So you see a unique thing in America, the Department of Justice defending the president against allegations that is typically a distance from the independence the Department of Justice has from the president.
And Scott, the question here is what could come next in all of this? Obviously, we're talking about thousands of files the president saying mentioned multiple times, but it does seem like the Trump administration, or at least the Justice Department, is saying, hey, this is not a big deal at all. But on the other hand, there are lots of people who wanted to see these files released, right?
It is the law that they all be released. There was an almost unanimous vote in Congress for the full Epstein file released by the Department of Justice by December 19th. Obviously, we're beyond December 19th. It's been a few days since that deadline. And the release of these files is ongoing and will continue over the coming weeks. And there's a projection of hundreds of thousands more files and pages to be released in the coming weeks. No date certain, and certainly no surety as to what type of content is going to be in the next batch. But read into that what you will. The Department of Justice says it's being judicious and slower with this because they want to protect the identities of any victims or information that must stay secret. Critics of this slow, piecemeal rollout of files.
They certainly aren't code, but if that expression is upsetting to you, it's not upsetting to me, it's just wrong. Like, I don't know where you've got this information from, that they're neural networks. They're not neural networks. That's just it. You just ask any programmer who understands this stuff, and they will be like, no, they're not neural networks. They're large language models. Right?
Argue it violates the law.
It's not some new, like, fangled technology that is really AI and it's going to become Skynet or whatever. It's just a shit search engine. That's all it is. It's a shit search engine that's programmed to speak to you like it's a real person. You know, I don't know what you want. Like
the full release by December 19th. That the Department of Justice could have done the prep work before the 19th. And what's more, Mugo, the survivors with whom we're speaking.
Yes, they're different things. That's the thing. Large language models and neural networks are different things. Like, they're not that.
They're being caught flat-footed here. They don't know what's coming next or what's coming, and some of these records may individually impact them.
Yeah, so important to not forget the survivors.
Not all neural networks are LLMs. There are no neural networks that are LLMs. There are none. Like, that's what we're trying to say to you. It's not what it is. They're different things.
All this. Scott McFarlane, thank you so much for your time today. And CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman joins me now from West Palm Beach, close to where President Trump is staying at Mar-a-Lago. Willie James, thank you for your time. What have we heard from the president on the Epstein case and the release of these files?
Hey there, Mugo. Well, we heard from the president yesterday, but we aren't hearing much from the White House in terms of this latest batch of files that were released overnight. The White House simply referring us to that DOJ statement that Scott referred to. But during this announcement about new battleships, Trump-class battleships, I'll note, the president did talk about the Epstein files and their release, and he appeared to somewhat brush it off as a distraction to the news of the day that he was announcing. Take a listen to what the president said.
We've already heard what he said, man. Come on, just give us the rub. Give us the CBS rub, the mouthpiece of the empire rub.
High-profile individuals, including the president, were connected to Jeffrey Epstein, and the president mentioned that he had kicked Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club. He also seemed...
They're just repeating everything that he said. Like, CBS is over, man. It's fucking over. There is no more stuff to be found from CBS. There is no more information of journalistic value to be found from CBS. It is over. As soon as Barry Weiss was made the editor, it was just completely done. Like, the reason that we didn't get onto the CCOT stuff is just because of time restraints of the stream today. Like, I'm not gonna do any more. But it is like so clearly obvious that she pulled the CCOT doc because Trump and the admin heard about it. And they were like, hey, we didn't get to take a look at this, Barry. What are you doing? You're talking about stuff that could get us into a lot of trouble here. You know? And that's exactly what's going on here with CBS and the Epstein stuff, you know? Reporting on the Epstein stuff, reporting on Trump stuff. They're just repeating what Trump said. It's absolutely fucking vile. Yeah, forget it. Forget it. It's done. It's over. It's Jova. It's Jova for CBS. Okay, wow. Fucking hell. Yeah, another day where we spend the whole fucking day on one news story. One fucking news story. There's just so much to, like, cover, right? It's fucking very difficult to be a streamer, chat. I don't know if you've heard. And I've not done one call to action today, although we did get a lot of very good support earlier on, which I am very thankful for. Thank you very much, everybody, for all the support today. It's been really good. I love my ADHD news stream. Yeah, that's what we're all about. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and raid someone. We're gonna go and raid Rhizome. Rhizome is live. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here today. Thank you very much, everybody, for all the support. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the hype train. Bunch of gifted subs today. Thank you for the direct donos to the dono goal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, thank you for the follows. Thank you for the bits. Make sure you stay. I know that you want to rush off and go and check out your other favorite streamer. Yeah, I appreciate you. A lot of you have been here for the whole stream, which is really, really dope. I appreciate that. Even if you just dropped in or out, I also appreciate you as well. Thank you all VOD watchers for watching the VOD. I look forward to reading your comments later. And I'll be back tomorrow for the Christmas Eve stream, where, I don't know, maybe we'll do some fun stuff. I don't know, maybe we'll start it early, but we got a bunch of news still left to cover from this week, this past weekend that I've still not managed to take a look at. So, I don't know, man. We will fucking see. Yeah, thank you so much. Enjoy my stay. Yeah, thank you for being here. Alright, we're gonna go raid. We're gonna go raid Rhizome. Don't forget that I have YouTube channels. I got the clip channels. I got the clip YouTube channel. I got my main YouTube channel. I'm making a new video for that at the moment. It's about the Filton 24. It's a bit like, don't know, because of obviously the hunger striking and shit like that. And I'm terrified that some of them are going to die and I'm going to have to change the script. It's like, it's a scary time. But yeah, you can check out my videos, my other previous videos on there. You can also check out my socials. I got a bunch of other socials. Follow me on Twitter, follow me on Blue Sky, follow me on Instagram, yada, yada, yada. On TikTok as well. And yes, I will be back tomorrow for the Christmas Eve stream. Same mule time, same mule place. You know what it is, chat. All right. See you in a bit. Stay excellent to each other.